Hi there. Good.
I thought that was a dog.
Oh, thank you.
Oh my God, it's a child. I thought it was a puppy calling. What a cute kid.
Good evening and welcome to the Federal Way City Council meeting for December 2nd of 2025. Would you all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Well, welcome everybody. It's the last council meeting of the year. A lot of important business to cover, and but before we get started on the rest of the businesses on the agenda, we've got one matter that was left over from the last meeting, which was Councilmember Paul McDaniel, former Councilmember Paul McDaniel is here, but we wanted to add let's see here, one sec. There it is. It's down toward the bottom. We forgot the most important words to put on the plaque, other than thank you for your service, which was Paul's favorite saying, which is iron sharpens iron. And so we had the plaque amended to be able to say that. And Councilmember, you still here in the back? Could you come on up to the podium? Let me hand this to you. So I want, one of the things is, I think Councilmember McDaniel did such a great job, and his saying about, and I said it wrong last time, I said metal sharpened, but it's iron sharpens iron. And it really, what it really means is to hold government to account, to hold individuals to account, to make sure that we speak the truth, and that we engage people and make them better in the process. So on behalf of the city of Federal Way, I want to say thank you so much for your service.
No.
All right, thank you, sir. All right. See you at public comment.
Sounds good.
All right. Okay. Now, we have one of the real happy duties that we get to do here in this community, and one of the things that I started doing when I became mayor, which is really to honor the individuals in our community that have done so much. And we've got so many people in our community who do great things. There are pillars of our community that have just, stood out for, years and years and decades, and really deserve recognition in what we refer to as the key to the city. And one of those individuals that I've been thinking about for a long time is Bill Gates, a citizen extraordinaire. Thank you, Bill, for all your hard work. So, Bill, if you could make your way to the podium, I'm going to do my best to make you a little embarrassed here about all that you've done. I know you've got your family here as well, but this is really a great way to say thank you to people that have just done extraordinary service in our community. Now, Bill Gates has lived in Federal Way for over 51 years with his beautiful wife and former Federal Way Mayor, Mary Gates, who's also in the audience. Let's give Commissioner Gates, or Bill, has served on the South King Fire Commissioner for 24 years, including time as a board chair and a representative. In fact, most of the time, Bill, we've been working together, you've been the board chair and as a representative to state and county level organizations. Since moving to Federal Way in 1974, 51 years, Commissioner Gates has been active in community service across a wide range of local organizations. His involvement includes the Greater Federal Way Chamber of Commerce, the King County Library Award, the Federal Way Library Board, Center Stage Theater, and the Federal Way Boys and Girls Club, a club board. Key accomplishments from these roles include advocating for the King County Aquatic Center, which is really an international destination and really one of the great venues in our community. Supporting the development of the West Hyannis Wetland Natural Area, just a beautiful area, and helping bring St. Francis Hospital to the city of Federal Way. Prior to his Civil War, Commissioner Gates served as a U.S. Army captain, and in 1989, he and Mary were honored as Citizens of the Year by Federal Way News for their contributions as local activists. And I have here the key to the city, which reads, I need my handy glasses here for this. A key to the city, Federal Way, Washington, is presented to Bill Gates on December 2nd, 2025, by Mayor Jim Farrell in recognition of 24 years as a South King Fire Commissioner and for your many years serving on various boards and organizations throughout the city. Thank you for your dedicated and outstanding service. Oh, here we go. Bruce, did you get it, Bruce? There we go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is, and council, this is indeed a real honor. I'm very pleased to receive the key to the city. Yeah, we've been here since 1974. And when we got here, as you're supposed to do, we don't move very often, but we asked the realtor a couple questions that you're supposed to ask. You know, like, what's the schools like? How far to work is it going to be from this house I'm looking at? And we left it at that. There's a couple of things that we didn't ask because we didn't think we had to, based on our past experience and where we live. It didn't take long after getting here that we realized there was no hospital in Federal Way. And Federal Way was about 53,000 people at that time. And we've lived in a lot of places, smaller areas, that had two hospitals. And so we couldn't believe it. I mean, we never thought to ask, is there a hospital? Which was sort of important because we knew there were some kids coming down the road. And the thought of driving from Twin Lakes through the port dock area to get to Tacoma General Hospital, you hope there wouldn't be a bridge up, was a thought that we said, a hospital is something that we'd sure like to see here. So we did work on that for many, many years. We were not a city. If we had been a city, it might have been a little easier because we had no one to write a letter for our certificate of need. No one that could say, yeah, you know. The other cities around us, Auburn, Tacoma, they all wrote letters saying we didn't need a hospital. They didn't think we needed a hospital. That, you know, we should drive in Twin Lakes to the Auburn Hospital if we were sick or whatever. But they did the same thing, and I think it was like 2003, when the hospital wanted to expand. They were against it. But anyway, we spent about 6 years working on the hospital. It opened in 1987 as St. Francis Community Hospital. We were part of the committee that put together the grand opening, and the evening was a lot of fun. We had dancing in the operating rooms, food courts set up in the hallways, and at 11 o'clock or midnight, we put out a chocolate buffet to sort of finish up the evening. And then we sort of told people, when you're done, please pick up your souvenir champagne glass and leave, because the hospital is going to open in the morning, and they've got some cleaning up to do. But anyway, that was something that we saw a need for and went after it. I won't go into some of the other details of things we've worked on, but getting here in '74 was perfect timing, because within the following year, there was a football team in Seattle that started selling season tickets. And we are now considered in a group that's called the original season ticket holders for the Seahawks. So we've been season ticket holders for 50 years. So anyway, I'd like to introduce my family that's here. Wife Mary, my son Bill, my granddaughters Haley and Sydney in the back row. So would you like to come up and have a picture?
They got to be in the right order. The key would be good.
Thank you.
Congratulations, young man.
Thank you again.
All right, well, thank you and congratulations, Bill. Thank you so much for all you've done in our community. And there's going to be a reception where after we've got a couple more items of business, two goodbyes, one hello, and then we're going to be, then we'll have a recess for cake. So the next thing, it's my honor to say thank you and farewell to Councilmember Hong Tran. Councilmember, let's go to the podium and we'll do this at the podium. Thank you, sir. Well, it's my distinct pleasure to say thank you so much to Councilmember Tran, who's really been just one of the, it's so great to work with people that are so talented, and each and every one of our council members have certain talents. And Councilmember Tran has a number of talents, one of which is just a really great management style and knowledge of numbers and budgets. And he's been the chair of our finance committee and has done a phenomenal job, kept us out of trouble, and kept things working well. But also, because of his professional role, really understands people, the humanity of situations. Everybody has a role to play in our families and our workplaces. Councilmember Tran's role was always to remind us of the humanity of things and to think about, how this feels to the community and to the individuals. He brought his life experience, which is a tremendous life experience, before serving on the council, and his childhood, coming from Vietnam and escaping and coming to the United States. But he has just a profound and deep love for this country and this community. And on behalf of a grateful community, we say thank you. After you, sir. Would you like to say a few words? Okay.
So I have 3 minutes. Just kidding. Well, I prepare a really long speech, but you know what? I'm gonna throw that away, and I'm gonna just talk from the bottom of my heart, and I will try not to get too emotional here. A few weeks ago, I was so excited. I talked to my kids and my wife and said, I have one more meeting in December, then I am free. And I was so excited. This morning, I drove my children to the airport, and on the way back, and it's really hit me. And I finally realized that after this meeting, I am going to leave this place. I want to leave. I will leave, the people that I know I worked with for the last 8 years, the people that support me along the way. So it's really hard to really think about that. Mayor Farrell, Council President, Coach Ma, my fellow council members, I want to take this opportunity to thank you for your support, your guidance, your cooperation for the last 8 years that I've been on the council. I know that each of us brought with us different experience and we have different priority. And sometimes we don't vote the same way. Sometimes you guys voted me like 6-1. But that's okay, right? One beautiful thing about this council is that sometimes we disagree on the dais. We voted differently, but at the end of the day, we still friends. That is the most important thing, and that is the most important thing that I will carry with me forever. Staff, I want to say thank you for the last 8 years for your support, especially the finance staff under the leadership of Mr. Steve Groom. It has been a pleasure working with all of you. You really make my job so much easy. For the last, I don't know how long I've been chair of this committee. Somebody told me that
6 years.
I was the longest chair of the FedRAC meetings.
Councilmember
I'm not
Honda
sure.
says it's 6 years.
6 years? That's a long time for this committee. But you know what? You guys did it. You are the one who make my job so much easier. I'm not too worried when the state auditor call me or interview me and all that, because I know you did your job well. So for that, thank you. To all staff of the city, thanks again. I don't know if you remember, but on my first or second meeting from the council, I said, staff is the most valuable resources that we have, that the city has. We on the dais, we come and go. We do, we come and go. But you are the one who keep the services coming to the people of Federal Way. You keep the road open, you keep us safe, you maintain the park, you name it. You are the one who keep this city going. So remember that. We only here and we come and go. Okay, so thank you for the support. People of Federal Way. In 2017, when the anti-immigrant sentiment happened in this country, you guys took a big chance to elect a immigrant, a refugee, to represent you on this council. That speaks really loud about you. Your acceptance of someone that came from different background than yours, and you've re-elected me again. So for a total of 8 years, that really means something. And I think I mentioned this before. You made history by electing the first Vietnamese American to city council in Washington. Well, think about that for a minute. You know, when I came to this country, I did not know how to speak English. I have a shirt on my back, and up until today, I still don't speak English, perfectly. So, but you took that chance. You give me a chance. So I really, really appreciate that. You should be proud of yourself. So again, thank you very much. I am grateful for this opportunity. I am so honored of working with council and staff, serving all of you for the last 8 years. I wish everybody well. I wish the 3 new council members well. And with that, I'm out.
Thank you, Councilmember Tran, and again, thank you so much for all your work with just your leadership and your conscience. We have some very special guests I want to make sure I acknowledge. We've got the President of the School Board, Dr. Jennifer Jones. Let's give her a big Federway welcome. School Board Director Joan Murphy. The Federway School Superintendent, Dr. Danny Pfeiffer. Dr. Pfeiffer, does this almost sound like introductions? Dr. Pfeiffer played center field for the Oklahoma State Cowboys, and so whenever I see her and we talk about things, that almost sounded like an introduction for a introduction and center fielder. So anyway, thank you so much for your work, Dr. Pfeiffer. And I think actually that experience, it makes you a great teammate. And so understanding just the dynamics of teamwork. We've got our South King Fire President of the Board, Greg Baruso. And we're honored to have her honor in the presence here. I was going to say doctor. She's a doctor of the law. Soon to be, she is the Federal Municipal Court Judge-elect, Danielle Havens. Soon to be just known as Your Honor. So welcome, Your Honor. Exactly. Okay, all right, and now... Oh, and we've got our city council member elect, Melissa Hamilton. Melissa? Oh, we've got council member elect Les Sessoms. All right. Okay, everybody, let's now, we've got another farewell and thank you, and it is long-term council member Jack Dovey. Let's give Councilmember Dovey a big round of applause. All right. Well, it's my distinct honor and privilege to say thank you to my friend and our Federway's friend, Jack Dovey. In recognition, this is the plaque we're going to be giving him, in recognition of your years of service and dedication as a city council member from 1995 to 1999, from 2003 to 2011, and now from 2022 to 2025 for the city of Federal, thank you for your service. Let's take a picture real quick.
You got one there, Bruce?
I'm going to say one thing real quick. I've known Jack for, it's been
Long time.
over 20 years, 23, 24 years. And what I really always appreciate, Jack, is he kind of treats me like a little brother in that oftentimes it's the arm around the shoulders or even figuratively just saying, hey, Jim, I think I'd do it this way, or have you thought about this? And he has been such a tremendous help and assistance in helping me to be a good mayor. I hope I'm a good mayor. And there's so many instances of just wise counsel, oftentimes just thinking about things in the long term, and also thinking about the long-term ramifications of policies. And while we may want to do something in the short term, one of the things that Jack always reminds me of, we have to think about how this policy will affect everyone in the years to come. And so for your years, not only of your service, but your wise counsel and your friendship, I say thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For those of you that know me, I usually don't write anything down. I just kind of talk. But I felt that I needed to write a few things down so I can get a couple points across that I wanted to let everybody know. And I want to thank everybody for working with me from the citizen level and from the dais level. And so I just thought of a few things, some history here. I've done this for 18 years, off and on over 30. There's been 33 council members, individual people on the council, and I've served with 20 of them. We've had 5 city managers, one that I don't know that was there maybe in the very beginning when Mary was here, but I served with all of them. We've had 5 police chiefs, and I've been fortunate to work with all of them over the years. And we've also had a lot of people to come through from the staff, and I've been fortunate to work with many, many, many good people. But I thought back these 18 years, and they haven't been contiguous, but they've been very fulfilling. I've worked with great people and had a great opportunity to do a lot of different things in this city, hopefully to make it better. But I thought just a short thing, why did I ever run? And the number one reason I ran a long time ago was family. I had a son that played soccer. The Lakota fields were the ones I played on in 1968. So I learned I should run and we could build a park like Celebration Park. So I was fortunate enough, my wife let me do it, and it was because of family. That's the only reason I ran. And then over 18 years, we've had a lot of things. People out here not happy, people up here happy, not happy. But I base my longevity on basically 2 things. I spend a lot of time reading in the book of Proverbs, and I'm a Christian. So those are my 2 bases for how I've run my life. 3, I've got 3 people that gave me great advice before I ever became a council member and became on the council. And one of those people is here, Mary Gates. When I first came on the council, she counseled me to say, listen to everyone before you make a decision. I've tried to live by that for all the years I've served. The second one was a fellow by the name of Skip Priest. And he told me, always have 2 plans, and when you lose, make sure with the winning thing is always the best thing for the city. And then lastly, Ken Nyberg, who was a city manager. When I first got elected, he sat me down and he said, you got to remember now, you represent 90,000 people, not the last person that came up to the dais and spoke. And then he also added, remember, the city council is not partisan. Your job is to put in fix potholes and put up stop signs. So those are kind of the things that I've lived by here on the council. I've enjoyed it immensely. I've got very good friendships with staff, my council members, and as Councilmember Tran said, we don't always agree, but we are always civil. And I've always tried to use these 3 points of how I govern. Every time I've run, it wasn't because I wanted to. It was something that got me fired up, so I did. But I really appreciate all the support I've had, the staff members, the citizens, and my friends on the council, because it's no fun to be on the council if you're not friends. And so thank you very much, and I really appreciate this, and thank you, Mayor, for acknowledging me on this. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Member Council W, for your years of service and dedication. Okay, and now we have the happy task of the oath of office for Councilmember Martin Moore. Oh, yeah, of course, yes.
All right, is this where you want to be? All right. Come on forward, fam. What a pleasure and honor it is to be here tonight with you, Martin, and with your beautiful family. I've loved getting to know you, and it's a real privilege to be able to administer this oath. So please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Martin Moore,
I, Martin Moore,
have been duly elected to the office of City of Federal Way, Council Position Number 2.
have been duly elected to the office of
Federal Way,
Federal Way,
Council Position 2,
Council Position 2,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I am a citizen of the United States
that I am a citizen of the United States
and of the state of Washington,
and of the state of
that I support the Constitution
that I support the Constitution
and the laws of the United States
and the laws of the United States
and the laws and ordinances of the City of Federal Way, Washington.
and the laws and ordinances of the City of Federal Way, Washington.
And I will faithfully and impartially
And I will faithfully and impartially
perform and discharge
perform and discharge
the duties of this office
the duties of this office
in and for the City of Federal Way, Washington,
in and for the City of Federal Way, Washington,
according to the law
according to the law
and the best of my
and
abilities.
the best of my abilities.
Congratulations. And I get to sign it too. That's very exciting. I'll need a pen. I'll get one. Yeah, I'll get it and sign it. All right. Here you go.
I appreciate you.
Councilmember, did you want to say a few words?
Sure. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, and to my colleagues, and to the residents and people of Federal Way. Thank you for this great honor. I appreciate it. I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the former councilmember that once served, Paul McDaniels. Thank you for your service. Paul, I see you back there. And also want to give a special shout out to Nathan, who also really has become a friend and who also ran against me. So I appreciate your desire to serve and for you to continue to show up, as I've been saying. I also wanted to give a special shout out to my wife, Sarah, and to our beautiful kids, Jaden and Judah. They're somewhere along here. And to my wonderful, amazing mother, Sylvia, if you can just raise, there you go. I look forward to representing all individuals. I look forward to creating opportunities for all people, just like the opportunities that were given to me when I first came to America and when I came into this country. And so that's going to be my mission, is to create opportunities, to work hard, and to ensure that all voices, especially vulnerable voices, are being heard. That's going to be a big priority, and I look forward to working with my colleagues. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I will give the mic back to you.
All right, thank you. Okay, we're going to have a brief reception to honor Key to the City winner, Mr. Bill Gates, as well as our outgoing council members, Councilmember Tran, Councilmember Dovey, and to honor also the incoming council member, Martin Moore. And so why don't we say about 10 minutes? Let's see, what's 10 minutes from? Let's say 7:20, we will reconvene. Bill, don't let me anywhere near the cake. All right, but we did, it's chocolate cake, just so we took a poll of our winners, so there's lots and lots of cake, so enjoy yourselves, and we'll be in recess for that time.
you signing important bills into law?
Okay.
He's turning the mic on. What is it?
And again, thank you.
You're welcome, buddy.
I am going to bring up the thing about the idea that we should have.
Okay, yeah, I got a heads up.
Yeah, I talked to Bill.
Your Honor, it looks like we've got another person to swear in here.
Yeah.
All right, I'll call the meeting back to order. Again, thank you to all of those individuals that have been honored. Thank you all so much, and congratulations. Okay, and now we will hear from the Federal Way Public Schools Education Program and Operations Levy presentation. Dr. Danny Pfeiffer, Federal Way School District Superintendent, will lead the way along with President, Dr. Jennifer Jones.
Well, thank you very much. Good evening, President Kochmar, Council President, Council members, and Mayor Farrell. I'd first like to begin with a thank you for allowing us to present the Educational Program and Operations Levy information to you this evening. And on behalf of the 21,500 students and nearly 3,000 staff of Federal Way Public Schools, I'd also like to thank you for your past support of our school district levy and bond. I would also like to acknowledge the members of our team that are joining me here tonight, our board president, Dr. Jennifer Jones, and other members of Federal Way Public Schools leadership team. So all right, let's go ahead and dive right in. There we go. In our presentation tonight, we will provide an overview of what an educational operations and program levy is, information about how our school districts are funded across the state, a look at what the EP&O levy funds in Federal Way Public Schools, and important tax information for our community. I have every confidence that by the end of this presentation, you will all be experts in all things EP&O. As many of you know, the Education Programs and Operations Levy, or EP&O levy, is a local funding measure that helps support school services, programs, staff beyond what the state provides in their basic education funding model. It's important to point out that this is not a new tax, but a renewal of an existing approved levy, which expires in December of 2026. 285 out of the 295 school districts in Washington state rely on levies to bridge the gap between what the state provides and what is actually needed to support school districts. The levy would last 4 years and requires a simple majority for approval. Levy funds local efforts in our schools and helps to maintain academic programs, support services, staffing, and operations that are either underfunded or not fully funded by the state as part of the basic education formula. I'd like to thank our community of voters for their continuous support of the EP&O levy since 1980. And approval of the renewal of this levy will provide support for Federal Way Public Schools through the calendar year 2030. Now let's look at how local levy dollars fit into our overall budgets. There are 4 main sources that support the school district's budget. First is state funding, which provides about 77% of the overall budget and is based largely on student enrollment. State dollars support teaching and learning, instructional materials, transportation, operating costs, and many of the staff who work directly with our students, and those who also support district-wide operations. Federal funding accounts for about 8% of the budget. It supports programs that provide additional supports for students, including academic assistance, school meals, family engagement, and services for special education and multilingual learners. Other local sources make up about 5% of the budget. These include our Early Learning Childhood Education and Assistance Program, also known as ECAP, which serves our youngest learners as well as capacity for grants and growth-related contingencies. And the remaining 10% of our budget comes from the Educational Programs and Operation, or EP&O levy, funded by local taxpayers. Local levy dollars have an important impact on students. They support the 5 goals of our strategic plan, help maintain educational quality, support diverse learning needs, provide enrichment opportunities, and ensure welcoming learning environments. Let's take a look at what this means specifically in Federal Way. As we think about preparing our young people for their post-secondary pursuits, our future workforce, it is important to note that the levy helps fund academic and extracurricular programs and opportunities, including advanced placement, international baccalaureate and Cambridge classes, science, technology, engineering, and math programs and opportunities, our career and technical education experiences, college and career readiness programs and opportunities, as well as small group instruction for our students needing extension and intervention, and of course, timely professional development for our incredible staff. EP&O levy funds also support enrichment and extracurricular classes such as art, music, and theater class, field trips, clubs, and activities like pep band, marching band, and theater productions. And it fully funds 100% of our middle and high school competitive athletic programs, 6th grade flag football, our intramural programs like basketball, soccer, and volleyball, and unified sports for our young people that are differently abled. Furthermore, our levy helps fund essential staff, from those who support learning in the classroom like teachers, paraeducators, and guest staff, special education staff like occupational therapists, speech-language pathologists, audiologists, physical therapists, nurses, counselors, and mental health staff, and staff that keep our schools safe, like our safety and security teams. Levy funds also provide funding support for day-to-day operations like transportation, utilities, and facilities maintenance. Here are a few more examples of how our local levy funds are used to bridge the gap between what the state provides and what is actually needed to operate our school district. Levy funding supports college and career specialists at each of our high schools who support activities and experiences such as college campus tours, visits, career fairs, college applications, and financial aid assistance, helping students realize their bright futures. In addition to the 12 technology staff funded by the state, local levy funding supports 9 additional staff who help maintain digital infrastructure, manage student information systems, ensure data security, and oversee day-to-day technology operations for our more than 21,500 students and nearly 3,000 staff. The state funds 4 safety and security officers for our 21,500 students. Our local EP&O levy, however, supports an additional 15 security staff who keep our schools safe, welcoming, and secure. And finally, as I previously mentioned, the levy completely funds over 35 middle and high school competitive sports, intramural and unified sports, as well as provides funding for our coaching staff and supervision, operations of our amazing Memorial Field, shout out to our voters, and transportation to and from our competitions. Now that we've explored the levy and examples of the program staff and services supported by local levy funds, the next step is to look at the proposed tax rate and estimated cost to local taxpayers. This chart shows the total school district tax rate over time and how different voter-approved measures contribute to that total. Again, this bar graph provides the total combined tax rate, which includes our bond, tech levy, capital levy for Federal Way High School, and our past and future EP&O levy. Looking back, rates from 2015 to 2018 on the far left-hand side of the graph, before the McCleary lawsuit decision, were above $6 per $1,000 of assessed value. Following that, rates dropped and have remained in the mid-$3 range with small year-to-year fluctuations. Those fluctuations are based on the amounts collected and the variance in assessed valuation. Looking ahead, you'll see projections show an increase of approximately 72 cents per 1,000 of assessed value starting in 2027 to help meet ongoing school funding needs, increased rates of inflation, and decreases in some of our revenue streams like local effort assistance or levy equalization. Even with this adjustment, the overall combined tax rate continues in the mid $3 range. Here you can see the dollar amount for the 4-year levy that voters will be asked to approve, along with the corresponding estimated tax rates. It's important to know that voters are being asked to approve a fixed dollar amount highlighted in the yellow box rather than a tax rate. For example, the district would collect $71.4 million in 2027 based on an estimated tax rate of $2.50 per $1,000 of assessed value. This illustrates how the fixed levy amount relates to the estimated tax rate. The total amount collected will not exceed what voters approve, even if assessed home values increase. When home values increase, the estimated tax rate adjusts downward, so the district collects only the amount authorized by voters. As we close, just a few key reminders about our EP&O levy. This is a renewal and not a new tax, and has been supported by our community since 1980. The EP&O provides local funding through 2030 and bridges the gap between what the state provides and what is needed to operate our school district, including services, program, and people like classroom teachers, paraeducators, custodians, special education staff, maintenance staff, and safety and security team, as well as provides academic and extracurricular programs, athletics, arts, music, theater, and other daily operation costs like transportation, nutrition services, facilities, and utilities. Now that we've reviewed the important role that our EP&O levy plays in supporting day-to-day educational services, here's what to expect as we move forward to the upcoming election. If you're a registered voter living within Federal Public School boundaries, you'll receive your ballot in the mail around middle of January. If you still need to register, you can do so online at vote.wa.gov or in person at a county office. Once you've filled out that ballot, return it through the mail or drop it in the official ballot drop box right outside here of City of Federal Way Hall. Just be sure it's submitted before the 8 p.m. deadline. And exemptions from taxes may be available to certain homeowners. To determine if they qualify, they can call the King County Assessor. For accurate and up-to-date information about the levy, I welcome anyone to visit the Federal Way Public Schools Levy 2026 webpage or jump in on one of our informational sessions and follow our district's official social media channels. If you have any additional questions, you may also email us at levy@federalwaypublicschools.org. Remember to return your ballots before the due date of February 10th. President Kochmar, City Council members, Mayor Farrell, I want to thank you for allowing us to provide our EP&O information to you. And I'm going to now invite our board president, Dr. Jennifer Jones, to share any closing remarks.
Thank you so much, Mayor Farrell and City Council members, for letting us do this presentation to you this evening. Dr. Pfeiffer has given you the facts and figures on the levy, the importance of this funding to Federal Way Public Schools, and I'm here to tell you that as a board member of the Federal Way Public Schools, I have had the opportunity many times to tour our elementary schools, our middle schools, our high schools, our specialized programs, and I see the impact of these levy dollars. I see the impact on our young people in terms of the programs that are being offered, the support they're being given, the activities that are available to them. I see it in so many ways, in the security staff, in the maintenance staff, in the support staff. And I am here to ask you to support this levy and to vote yes when you get your ballot. Please support this because this is...
Actually, Dr. Pfeiffer, we can't advocate. It's just the information. Sorry, it's okay. That's okay.
I can say yes.
He's saying that we cannot
Okay, sorry. All right, I'm asking you to support and to take this information seriously and to consider how you vote when you get your ballot and to make sure that you understand the importance of this funding to our young people, to know that 100% of the athletic programs, the drama programs, the art programs, all the things that make school attractive to young people, to make sure that we're safe, to make sure that we are responsive to the community. And last thing I want to note is that a reminder that the levy dollars do not go to the state and then come back. Those dollars stay in the community. They go directly to our community schools. So this is a way to immediately impact your local schools. I know that we wish the federal government and the state government would step up and fully fund all of our programs. While waiting for that to happen, this is something we can do as a community to support our own schools in our own neighborhoods and to help our young scholars be all they can be. Thank you.
Dr. Jones and Dr. Pfeiffer. Dr. Pfeiffer, did you have any close?
I don't.
Dr. Pfeiffer, Dr. Jones, thank you very much for that very informative, helpful information. I very much appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you again, appreciate you.
I do think Councilmember Honda has a question.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for being here and talking about this. What would happen if this doesn't pass?
I can't advocate because I'm in my formal role as a superintendent right now. But if the EP&O levy did not pass, we would have to do pretty significant reductions. And so about 250 staff members are automatically funded out of our EP&O, as well as 100% of our athletic programs. So we'd have to do a deep analysis related to programming services and people and make determinations around that. Remember, it's about 10% of our budget, so.
Okay, thank you for sharing.
Yep.
All right. That's very informative. Thank you. That's good information to have. Councilmember Moore.
I just wanted to say, Dr. Pfeiffer and Dr. Jones, thank you for all that you guys have been doing, especially in putting this information together, and really for your team. I believe a lot of your team, I don't know if you want to raise your hands or wave, do the princess wave, but seriously, thank you. I've had the pleasure to work alongside and with our committee president, Mr. Baruso. I've met with this team, and it's amazing how much time, energy, and effort they put into this for one reason, to benefit our kids. So I appreciate everything that you guys do. Thank you.
Councilmember Walsh.
Just a quick question, more of a practicality. Why is it a special election? Why wasn't it just put on the November ballot or some other ballot when there's already an election instead of having the expense of another election?
Yeah, thank you for asking that question. When we look at data, what we see is upward positive trends in February special elections, particularly for school districts. Additionally to that, historically, Federal Way Public Schools has placed the EP&O levy on the February ballot.
Okay.
All right. We are duly informed. Thank you, doctors.
I appreciate you.
All right.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
All right. And don't think I didn't notice the Decatur Gator uniform on the slideshow. That's right. I think we got a couple of, actually, we've got 1, 2, 3 Gators up here. So, yeah. Okay, Decatur Gators, Golden Gators. All right. Okay, now we're on to Mayor's Emerging Issues and Report. I'll talk fast, you guys. Okay, I see the clauses are coming to town. We'll talk about that here in a minute. We've got a very special announcement. That picture right there is the most recent class of the Bobtown Financial Literacy class graduation. It is 12 graduates this time, 188 graduates in the past 2 years. Great job, everybody, and a very special thank you to Councilmember Dobie, Councilmember Asafa Dawson, and everybody that helped make that possible. 188 graduates in 2 years. That's amazing. Okay. Oh, and thank you to John Hutton and the Community Center team for the use of that facility there. Okay, next we've got the clothing swap at the South King Tool Library on November 22nd. That was a very successful event. Then we've got we had the Holiday Festival at the PAC on November 29th, 2025. You could see it was quite crowded. Upcoming community events. We've got history in the making. This Saturday, we've got a huge, huge day on Saturday. First, we've got the Federal Way Link Extension grand opening down there where the Sound Transit Station is. We'll be there for the very, very first train. In fact, actually, they're doing a kind of a trial run tomorrow. So myself and some folks with Sound Transit, we're going to start at, tomorrow, we're going to start at the Kent Station, go to Engle Lake, go back to Federal Way, could just make sure that the trains are operating efficient. It's kind of a trial run for Saturday. We should get started on Saturday at about 9 a.m. It'll go for a little while. Our two United States senators who were so helpful in getting this funding are likely going to be there. And King County Councilman Pete Von Reichbauer will be giving remarks, and he's the MC for this event. And a very special thank you to King County Councilman Pete Von Reichbauer. Without him, this would not have landed where it did in the heart of our downtown. It would have gone down Pacific Highway. So big thanks to Pete for that. So again, that's 9 a.m. And then we've got the Jingle Bell Brunch. That's also on Saturday, and that's going on from 10 to 11:30 a.m. That's always a very special event, and the Good News crew at the parks are going to be there at the community center for that. John, are there any seats available left?
I believe it's sold out, but we encourage people to still try to get registered, get on the wait list, because occasionally people have to cancel last minute, and they're opening up, and so there may be still a chance.
The Colossus are going to make a special appearance at that as well.
Fact.
It's a great event and one of the great events in our community. Then at 4 o'clock on Saturday at Town Square Park, we're going to have the tree lighting ceremony at Town Square Park. John, tell us a little bit about that presentation and that show.
I'm glad you asked, Mayor. So we have a great lineup this year, probably the best lineup we've had. We have our great MC, Benny James, will be back, and the mayor will be doing his introductions early on. At about 4:08, the Parks Wednesday jazz classes will be doing two dances. Sherwood Forest Elementary will be there with Miss Hayes doing 3 songs for 6 minutes. So it moves quickly, it's fun, it'll be great. Children's Dance Theater will be doing a piece of the Nutcracker, which is always fun. Thomas Jefferson Band is coming to help bring the noise and the fun. Santa arrives via the South King County truck, which is always an exciting moment for all the kids. Mr. and Mrs. Claus will be there, of course, on the truck, and they'll have a great time with the kids, photo ops for free, lots of fun. And then the tree lighting will happen at 4:45 with Mayor leading the countdown. So it'll be a great event.
All right, come one, come all. It's going to be a lot of fun, and we're not doing the cage around the tree this right. We're putting the lights right on the tree.
I believe the lights are directly on the tree this year in a little better configuration to help protect the tree still.
Very good. Okay, going to be really exciting. Okay, next we've got upcoming events. Cookies with Mrs. Claus at the Community Center on December 18th. Then we've got now looking forward to next year, we've got the Martin Luther King Day celebration at the Performing Arts and Events Center on January 17th. You'll hear more about that. We're going to put some signs around town and make sure that we get a great turnout and a great event for that very special day. And then the 2026 State of the City Address will be at the Performing Arts and Events Center on Thursday, February 19th. And so looking forward to that. And with that, that concludes my report. Now we go on to Council Committee and Regional Committee reports. First, we have our Finance Economic Development, Councilmember Tran.
Thank you, Mayor. Our meeting met last Tuesday, and we approved 5 different items. The October AP voucher, October monthly financial report, approval of Police Department interlocal agreement, Internet Crime Against Children Task Force, approval of Police Department substation lease, and approval of furniture, fixture, and equipment for the maintenance and operation facility. However, because of the public notice requirement, this item will appear on the council meeting on January 6th of 2026 instead of today. So our next meeting for the FACTBAC meeting is going to be on January 27 at 5 p.m. In this room. Thank you, Mayor.
Great, thank you very much. Parks, Public Safety, and Economic, and Parks, Public Safety, and
Parks, Public Safety, Parks, Recreation, Human Services, and Public Safety.
what you said. Councilmember Walsh.
We did not meet in November. Our next meeting will be a week from today on December 9th at 5 o'clock right here, and we have quite a full agenda. So come and enjoy it. And also just an aside, it has been an honor and a privilege to be sitting between these two fine gentlemen the last 4 years, and I will miss them dearly. So anyway.
Great, thank you very much. All right, Land Use and Transportation, Councilmember Doak.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. We had our meeting yesterday. Was it yesterday? No, yeah. Anyway, we had our meeting in land use. We did a whole bunch of things that are going to be on that January 6th meeting. So, bring your coffee. You might be here a while just on the consent agenda. There'll be a lot of things that, but I would want to make one thing, talk about affordable housing, if I may. Today, Councilmember Walsh and I met with our Keith Niven and the First Church that's come forward and said, hey, we'd like to see if we can build affordable housing in Federal Way. And so we had an hour meeting talking about how to do it, what it looks like, and that's going to keep moving ahead this month. And Jack Walsh will, I'm going to pass the torch to him on how we get it done with Keith. I'm going to probably volunteer and help. But anyway, we had our first really good meeting on how we can build houses for people in Federal Way that are sub what it is today, in 300,000 to 400,000 instead of 6 to 7. So anyway, affordable housing is coming, and I just wanted to give you that update. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Lodging Tax Advisory Committee, Councilmember Sefa Dawson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. We have 3 new, appointments or reappointments made today for our meeting, which is next Tuesday, the 8th or the 9th, at 2 p.m. And we're going to be meeting at the PAC, and we have a full agenda because we're going to talk about tourism master plan update, strategic planning, reviewing the budget, and then we also have 3 tourism enhancement grant applications to review. So it's a full agenda, and I'm glad that this council approved the appointment or reappointment of members so we could move forward with our action plan. So thank you so much, and our next meeting is next Tuesday at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. All right, Regional Committees report, Councilmember Honda.
Thank you. Tomorrow, Sound Cities Association is having their annual meeting from 5:30 to 8:30 at Pickering Barn in Issaquah, and they're voting on officers and the board and honoring council members and city officials who are retiring. So if you want to go, you need to register. There's a dinner, but they're still asking for people to come. So if you're available, that would be great to go and represent Federal Way. The Public Issues Committee is meeting again next Wednesday, and I had Amy send out to the council the legislative agenda. It's the draft legislative agenda for 2026. And if you can look at that and let me know if there's anything you'd like to propose or to change on that, I can do that next Wednesday. But the sooner you let me know, the better, so I can let staff at SCA know. For our new council members, we have the elected officials workshop, which is this Saturday, and I know that 2 of our new council members will be attending. I can't tell you how important it is to get as much education as possible. There is also another workshop you can attend called the Newly Elected Survival Guide, Thursday, December 11th at 10 a.m. It's on Zoom, and it's offered by Jurassic Parliament and Ann McFarland, and she teaches classes all over the country. She's very good. I've taken quite a few classes from her, If you'd like to attend, let Amy know and she can make it possible, but I would encourage as much education as you can get, the better. It'll help your first few months on the council go smoother. City Action Days are January 21st and 22nd, and we are registering for that now. That's down in Olympia, so I would encourage council members to think about that if they want to go. And Councilmember Lydia Asefa Dawson and I attended National Foundation of Women Legislators 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I think it was 2 weeks ago. And I will be talking, and I then attended National League of Cities, and I will be talking about that at the end of the meeting, but we learned a lot, and I would encourage council to attend those if possible. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Council President report, Council President Kochmar.
Oh, I just want to remind, and we will be talking about this, our legislative agenda will be held, our breakfast with the legislators, our 3 legislators will be held on December the 10th, which is next Wednesday, not this Wednesday, but next Wednesday. So that's coming up. And on December 17th, in your long list of items, things to do, if you're a senior, come to the Senior Commission Connections Lunch on the 17th at the Community Center. And it says I believe it was Amy maybe that sent out a picture with a Santa hat to come have cookies and hot chocolate with me, so come on down. So it'll be the 17th, if you are of a certain age, to the Community Center. And, you know, this is a very special time of the year. I know the fire department is having their Toys for Tot campaign. A lot of people are trying very hard to help the people in our community that need help. And so if you can find time, you know, help the Multi-Service Center with the food bank, find a toy for a kid, find a Christmas giving tree. And that's one of the things about this community that has always impressed me, where we're a community that cares for each other. And so keep up the good work. And this will be our last formal meeting before Christmas. And so I wish you all very happy holidays, happy Christmas. And after the first of the year, we'll be getting into a lot of work with our new council members and moving forward with our retreat. And so stay tuned. There will be a lot of work that we'll be heading to do right after the first of the year, including some budgetary items we need to be discussing. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, and now for the most important part of the meeting, public comment. This is where we get a chance to hear from you, the public, the folks we work for. You've got 3 minutes. Green means go. When you hear the first beep, that's yellow. That means you got about 30 seconds. And then red means please stop. And so if you got maybe just, if you're a word or two, but let's not go much beyond that, okay? I hate interrupting people. So, we just need to know what community you live in. We don't need your address. We got it here. All right, so I'll announce the folks, and if you can sort of queue up toward the back, we'll get started. So first we've got Anna Patrick, then Allison Fine, then, I do need my glasses. Timothy Nemeth, Tim, Jeffrey Tancredi, Ron Kaler, Paul McDaniel. So, Ms. Patrick, you are first. Or Anna.
Evening, Mayor and Council and public, and I just want to congratulate the newly elected council and other, like the judge, and I think that covers everything. So thanks for the service for all those who are departing. And so I just want to kind of ask, I'm up here with an ask for our new council. You guys are going to be looking at the budget and priorities and that sort of thing. So I know I'm kind of a broken record when I come up here, but I'm going to say it again. I really hope that our city can get some good data together that they can use to guide their decision-making. So data-based, I don't know how you're going to do it, but if you can figure out how to determine what the actual needs are in the city, not what's popular, but what's actually needed, And I don't know how you would do that. I know we've tried different things in the past, but there's lots of different data sets out there. There's overlapping data sets, different, the school's data doesn't, we can't access that. So, there's things that are kind of problematic, and I'm not sure how we can all kind of pull this stuff together and get a good picture of what's needed in Federal Way. But I think that sort of data is needed. Just, it's needed to put that all together and have a good picture of what that looks like. And then we can decide where to put our money. And also make sure it's available for everybody in the city. Also, I would ask, our group Stand Up, we've compiled a lot of information from police reports. And I think it has a lot of validity. And I would invite you to look on Facebook, on our page, and look at some of the information that's pulled together based on these police reports. We've tried to be very thoughtful about it, but I think it paints a picture of some of the challenges that we have. And I would invite you all to look at that when you're making decisions about nonprofits and funding and that sort of thing, and put some real accountability in place that really protects the crime victims in the community. There's people that are just living nightmares out there that are really needing government to work better for them. And so I hope that you'll take a look at those things and try to put some systems in place that actually work better for people. Thank you.
Thank you. Allison Fine.
Hi, friends. I have so many things to say. First of all, that levy informational presentation was really good. Although it's sad we have to do things like that because we should just be funding our schools. And anyone who votes against the levy for schools is weird. Okay, I'm a guest teacher in that district, right? And Federal Way has an amazing school district, I'll say that. Second of all, to the outgoing council members, thank you for the work that you do. This is true community service. I'm a community organizer, and sometimes a pain in your ass, I get that. But the work that you guys do is for pennies, and it is hard work. So whether we agree on things or not, thank you for the work that you do. Tran, when you got elected 8 years ago, that was a very emotional moment for a lot of people who care about people who don't, fit into a specific mold, right? And you spoke to that. And I was so proud to see you win that election, and then immediately hated you because you go on the most amazing vacations, and we all have to watch that on Facebook. I'm deleting you immediately. I will also say, I know there's some commission seats that you guys are discussing tonight. Please don't forget there are other commissions that have open voting seats and have people sitting in alternate seats for what reason, I don't know. I don't know what commission we be talking about, Diversity Commission and mine. Please consider that. Please consider that I'm sitting in an alternate position for whatever reason while we have at least 2 open voting positions. I'm not going to let you forget about the flag. We're not going to stop talking about the flags. We're not going to stop talking about the flags. So let's figure that out. Jack Dovey, thank you so much for starting the process of finding more affordable housing opportunities. And I hope that you will be able to continue to fight alongside of us on this side, and we're more comfortable. I'll close and say whatever you want, because you don't have to. You'll be with us. It's going to be great. You, me, and Paul McDaniel. Sorry, I had a lot of notes. Also, I will just say, last thing, I have said this before to the mayor, and I will say this again. As we are planning our downtown core, I hope that we take into consideration, of course, the way it looks, the aesthetics of it. I really want light poles there. I just want it to have a hometown feel, and I hope that there's going to be opportunities for input on that. That seems so minor, but it's something that can be very beautiful. And Martin Moore, I'm so proud of you, but don't think that when you screw up, I am not going to hold you accountable. Have a good night, y'all.
All right. Thank you, Allison. Timothy Nemeth, otherwise known as Tim.
Good evening, It's the first time ever doing something like this in my life. So I am a member of the, I guess you would call it Southwest Campus, Sahali community. I come to you tonight as what can best be described of one of thousands of victims. Nightly, we are bombarded by street racers from the hours of approximately 4 p.m. to trims down but doesn't eliminate after 10 p.m. There's burnout marks all over the road, swirl marks everywhere. It is impossible to ignore. I've reached out in the past through help desks downstairs and called the number that I was given, and multiple times no response. So this is my only avenue to draw attention to what should be an obvious problem to anybody in that area. It's not uncommon to hear people going approximately 60 to 70 miles an hour. As many of you know, there are probably 400 apartment units along that stretch of road. At some point, sooner rather than later, one of these drivers is going to land in one of these people's living rooms. I'm begging for a traffic emphasis patrol. We have done one on 356 previously. Over the last 6 to 8 months, it's become unbearable. In addition to the street racing, the loud exhaust. It's impossible to ignore. Washington State RCW, mufflers and smoke detectors, or mufflers, right? No person shall modify the exhaust system of a motor vehicle in a manner which will amplify, increase the noise emitted by the engine of such vehicle above that emitted by the muffler originally installed on the vehicle, and shall be unlawful for any person to operate a motor vehicle not equipped as required by this subsection. I cannot tell you the number of violators. I don't understand. I understand everything is not a pulloverable offense, but we have obviously street racing. We have obviously disregard for the law. I'm a victim in my own home along with probably 4,000 other people in that area. I implore you to use our available resources to help the citizens of this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Tim, can I ask a quick question, because we've got the chief here? Actually, Chief, do you have another officer in the room?
I actually took the time and spoke to, forgive me, sir.
Yep.
Spoke to him in the back, but this was important, and he took my information. I do have faith that it'll be handled, but I wanted this to be on the record because my voice and thousands of others have not been heard before tonight.
Thank you, Tim. Chief?
Yes, Deputy Chief Jones met with the speaker, so we have his contact information.
Okay, great.
I would ask Tim and the neighbors to call 911 when there's straight racing or people doing burnouts. That's really helpful for us for enforcement purposes. And I can tell you, with increase in staffing, I mean, our traffic enforcement is significantly up this year. So over time, we will have a calming effect on people who are modifying their exhaust system, speeding, and we are targeting these main arterial streets. We recently did Hoyt Road. We're repeatedly working 320, 356, and we're seeing positive impact. That's reflected on the collision numbers, which we've been able to make an improvement on. So, thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And thank you, Tim, for being here and making sure that we hear these issues. Thank you. Okay, Jeffrey Tancredi.
Good evening, Mayor, Council President Kochmar, council members. Congratulations on your elections. Congratulations. Jeff Tancredi from the West Campus area of Federal Way. Yeah, I wanted to talk to my fellow residents. I wanted to dispel a lot of the myths and some of the inaccuracies in the media. So when an alien enters the United States, if they enter legally, which means if they enter, if they're admitted, paroled at a designated port of entry, and they have work authorization, they will go to the local immigration office, they would get an employment authorization document. They take that employment authorization document to the Social Security office. The Social Security office will give them a Social Security number. When someone enters the United States and are not inspected, admitted, or paroled at a designated port of entry, they've entered illegally, they do not have the authorization to get a work permit from immigration, which means they cannot go to the Social Security office. So that means they have to get their Social Security number, if they get one, through nefarious means. One of the main functions of ICE, it's not the only one, is to arrest identity theft. Illegal aliens who commit identity theft. That's a big problem in America. Identity theft isn't just committed by U.S. citizens and legal residents. I'm sorry to tell you that. Okay? So the other thing I wanted to mention is that ICE's main objective, they deal with that, but their main objective is to arrest illegal aliens who've committed such horrific crimes. I can't say them because we have at least one small child in here. I'm not going to do it. They're horrible crimes. Now, the alien will have 2 documents in their file. ICE already knows who they're going to arrest, despite what you find out in the media. There is either a warrant for deportation in the alien's file or a final order of removal in the alien's file. For 27 years, immigration officers were not able to go after them. So there's probably tens of thousands of aliens who've exhausted all of their due process. Because when you have a final order of removal in your file or a warrant for deportation, you've exhausted all of your appeals. And the immigration judge with that order has said, you have to go. I served under 3 presidents, 1 Republican and 2 Democrats. They failed miserably, all 3. They failed. By not securing the border, we have all of these illicit drugs coming to the United States, and a lot of people have died. Families have been ruined because of the illicit drugs. Thank you very much. I hope that information helped.
All right, Ron Kaler.
Wow, that was good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ron Kaler, council members, President Kochmar. I'm a longtime resident of Federal Way, 30-some years. Today's, I don't know if some people know, is Tuesday, a day of gratitude. And I am thankful for this city council here. I've been coming for like about 5 years and really getting to watch and see how the mechanisms and everybody works. And I'm really proud to say that we have a really good city council here. And congratulations to Martin Moore for his appointment. Thank you, Paul, for yours. Thank you for Melissa, who's coming on, and Mr. Sessions, who's coming on as well, I believe. This is a good city. I enjoy living here. I've grown my kids in here, 4 children, and I love the parks. I love the events. I can't keep up with so many events that you have here, Mr. Mayor. It's just like continuous. I watch the system, and it's just like I can't have a schedule that can meet them all. But anyway, it's a great city. I want to say thank you. I'm thankful for the people that come and speak here. I'm thankful for our school board and those that put in the time for the children in our community. But that's all I wanted to say. Thank you. I'm very grateful for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Paul McDaniel.
Good evening, Paul McDaniel, City Federal Way since the 90s. I got 2 items today. I came in with 1, but after looking at the agenda, I got a second one I'll throw out there. The main item I came into is a sign code. You guys have second reading tonight. I'm actually going to ask the council to table it and give the next council some options to ask questions to staff. It was one of the biggest conversations that we had during the debates. And as of right now, there's 2 council members who are elected who will not be able to vote on this or talk about it. I think it may be an opportunity for the old council to give the new council kind of a warm shake of a hand. Tabling doesn't really hurt it too much since it's been on the dockets for 10 years of waiting to get done. But it does give the opportunity to those council members who have not had a chance to discuss it or ask questions of the staff to have an opportunity to ask questions. The other item is, after looking at the council business agenda, item number F, bid award for Tyler Enterprise ERP. For those who do not know what that is, that's going to be the financial system upgrade. That is probably one of the biggest pieces of software the city will uses in period. That is the money. I'm a little concerned that has been put to council business. I know why, but that is a big item to just have brought before council business to discuss one day and vote on. So I would like you guys to dig very deep in questions on that one. It is a multi-year, multi-million-dollar contract. Did not go through any committees, no nothing, just came straight to you guys. So when that comes up today, I ask you guys to dig into it deep, and if need be, push it off if possible. All right, thank you for your time. Have a good night.
All right, thank you. Do we have anybody online? Okay, I have no more pink sheets. Is there anybody else who'd like to come and talk before the council? All right, thank you, everybody, and thank you for your comments. All right, now we're moving on to the consent agenda. We've got one item, to approve the minutes for the November 18th, 2025 City Council regular meeting. Council President Kochmar.
Thank you, Mayor. I move approval of the minutes. Wait a minute. It says I move approval of consent agenda.
Hey.
Yeah, I think, approval of the minutes, right?
That's right. Yeah.
I move approval of the minutes.
Second.
All right, there's been a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Matter passed unanimously.
I was going to pull it, but you know.
Exactly. Okay. Item 6, council business. Item A, the appointment of the Arts Commission position. And Councilmember Honda, do you have a motion?
Yes, as a past Arts Commissioner, I'm proud to nominate Karen Brigado to a position number 5 for a term to expire December 31st, 2026.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, congratulations, Ms. Brigado. All right. Moving on to item B, appoint Human Services Commission positions. Councilmember Walsh.
I move to appoint the following to the Human Services Commission: Nathan Orth to position number 5 for a term to expire January 31, 2028, and Harold Booker II to position number 9 for a term to expire January 31, 2029.
Second.
It's been a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, the confirmations are unanimous. Thank you very much. Congratulations to Nathan and Harold. Item C, exactly. Item C, appoint the Lodging Tax Advisory Commission positions. Councilmember Assefa Dawson.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to appoint the following to the Lodging Advisory Tax Committee: Chris Jordan to position number 2 for a term to expire October 31, 2027. Kristen Wells to position number 3 for a term to expire October 31, 2027. And Carmelo Lopez to position number 5 for a term to expire October 31, 2027.
Second.
All right, there's been a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Councilmember Honda.
So I'm going to vote against this, and I'm not voting against the applicants, but I'm voting against this because our process has been for quite a long time that we interview all people that we appoint to commissions. And there are 2 folks here that were not available to be interviewed tonight. I liked the idea of appointing them for a few months and then interviewing them in March. But because we aren't following our process, which I feel is very important, I will be voting against this. Thank you.
All right. Any other public comment?
Yeah.
Yeah, Councilmember Assefa Dawson.
Yeah, we discussed this earlier, and the reason that we're doing this differently is this committee is actually different, and it's state mandated, and also because of the composition of the committee, these people are going to be the people who are appointed. And so maybe we will have to have a conversation and come up with a different policy for this particular committee. But the way it is, I think we need to appoint them. So it's a completely different committee, and not our regular city committees or commissions that are run here. So Just wanted to respond to that. Thank you so much, though. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there any further discussion? Council President?
I believe Heather is going to invite the two to come so that we can meet them in late February, early March, so we can actually hear what they have to say. Thank you.
All right, any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Heather?
Councilmember Estefa Dawson.
Aye.
Councilmember Moore.
Aye.
Councilmember Honda.
Nay.
Councilmember Tran.
Aye.
Councilmember Walsh.
Aye.
Councilmember Dovey.
Aye.
And Councilmember Kochmar.
Aye.
Council President. Motion passes 6-1.
All right, thank you. All right, item D, appoint Ethics Board positions. Council President Kochmar.
I move approval of the Ethics Board. Doug Stensby to position number 3 for a term to expire June 30th, 2028. John Cameron to alternate position number 1 for a term to expire June 30th, 2027. And we've created a new position for Christine Gray to alternate position number 2 for a term to expire also on June 30th, 2027.
Second.
It's been a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Martin Moore?
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I also will be, I shouldn't say also, I will be voting no on this, just because while I respect all the individuals, I feel like the voting person should be going to a person that has governmental experience when it comes to ethics. So that is why I'll be voting against this. Thank you.
All right. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Heather?
Councilmember Estefa Dawson.
Aye.
Councilmember Moore.
Nay.
Councilmember Honda.
Aye.
Councilmember Tran.
Aye.
Councilmember Walsh.
Aye.
Councilmember Dovey.
Aye.
And Council President Kochmar.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-1.
All right, thank you. All right, item E, award art project for Federal Way Operation and Maintenance Facility, otherwise known as the O&M facility. Desiree Winkler, our Deputy Public Works Director, will provide a presentation. Desiree?
Good evening, Mayor, Council President Kochmar, and members of the council. I am pleased to present the award for Joint Operation and Maintenance Facility Art Project. Provide a little bit of background. So we're building a public facility. The Joint Operation Maintenance Facility requires that we incorporate art into the project per city code. $175,000 is made available for commissioned artwork to be installed along the project frontage. The call to artists was issued in July of 2025. We received over 140 submissions. We designated a Public Arts Advisory Committee made up of city staff and Arts Commission members, who include Casey Coulomb, Parks Facility Maintenance, Tony Collins, Parks Grounds Maintenance, Robert Collier, Public Works Fleet Maintenance, Miguel Lomelli, Public Works Surface Water Management Maintenance, and Karen Brigado, Federal Way Arts Commission Chair, and Vicki Chenoweth, Federal Way Arts Commission member. So the goals for this particular art project was to speak to the natural beauty and location of the site, have it fit well within the context of the site in terms of scale, design, and theme, showcase the operations that are housed and performed by the staff out of this facility, and the materials and finish should have durability and low maintenance. So the Arts Advisory Committee evaluated all of the artists. 2 additional points were awarded for Washington State artists. The final 3 artists were invited on site to do a visit and provided a stipend to develop proposals. The proposals were presented to the committee on November 20th, 2025. So a reminder of the site, it's a rather large site. And although a public facility, the public doesn't get to go inside of the facility. So where are we going to showcase public art when we have that opportunity? Well, the biggest area we have for the public to see is along the project frontage. And along the frontage, there was a wall. It's about 700 feet long of the developed site length. That's about 1,100 feet long. And the wall serves multiple purposes. It's actually there to retain earth, because we needed a little help to flatten the side out. It also provides screening and security. So you can see the location of where the wall is located, and the stars identify where we believe the potential art installations could be along the frontage. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to present a summary of the three artists and their proposals, and then provide the recommendation of the advisory committee. So artist one is Steve Nagoti and team. And you're probably familiar with Steve. He's local Federal Way resident. His team consists of Mindy Barker, Natia Przlaki, the Studio B Collective, Tom Seawood, Chief Leschi Tribal School Art Department. So the proposed art is a Federal Way Sasquatch family of four. Fedi, Wayway, Cedar, and Gooey. I'll let you sit on that for a minute. And Zanuqua, or the Basket Lady, who is a powerful figure from Northwest Coast First Nations cultures. There are three scenes representing the creatures of the sea, land, and air. They fill the space with bells, Sasquatch footprint pavers, graphic panels. This is more than just the art, it's a design that incorporates placemaking principles to be a destination with pathways and seating areas. So it creates a designation to come and an inclusive placemaking cultural landmark with the pathways, interactive seating, and storytelling. There's a wildlife and art element. One of the most interesting things proposed were these salvaged buoys. These are like sea buoys. You can see how tall they are, like 9-10 feet tall. There would be forest animals incorporated onto the top of each of one of them. Sensory immersion, including bells, native plants, QR codes that would play Sasquatch calls. Materials would be 9-gauge steel, wire mesh frames, wall graphics, also 1/4-inch steel panels, and the pavers and other elements would be made out of high-strength concrete. Artist number 2, Tovanar Meridian. Federal Way operation and maintenance, 4 seasons of dedicated care. This artwork honors the Federal Way operations and maintenance teams for their year-round dedication, whose work keeps the city cared for, resilient, and vibrant through every season. Each season unfolds a story of its own, reflecting the people, the work they perform, the equipment they use, and the natural elements unique to that time of year, all connected through gentle transitions that carry the narrative forward. Together, the composition becomes a quiet symbol of belonging, celebrating the harmony between nature, human commitment, and the shared life of the community. So the winter panels, as modeled here, represent protection and resilience. And in the harshest weather, crews step forward to keep the city safe, clearing roads and responding when conditions are most difficult. Spring, representing renewal and growth. The city workers are planting, repairing, cleaning, and rebuilding spaces for residents to enjoy. Summer, activity and flourishing. Parks flourish, streets are busy, and the city is full of activity. Crews are in full rhythm, mowing, repairing, improving infrastructure. And autumn being a time of transition and preparation, where crews prepare for the colder months, removing leaves, pruning trees, and ensuring safety before winter storms arrive. Materials incorporated include Corten steel, stainless steel, powder-coated aluminum. The colors are also being added through a translucent acrylic with the steel frames, epoxy, resin, and glass. Artist number 3 is the team of Ben Dye and Travis Pond. And theirs is represented by Stewards of the Living City. The proposed design honors the operation and maintenance workers as stewards of the living city. It utilizes the 3 designated locations plus 3 bonus locations for continuity and impact. The design depicts the city in the center, flanked by the natural environment to provide a meaningful context for operation and maintenance's work. This design represents a physical narrative of the workers behind the wall. And you can see some of these elements with the steel form, the salmon, the heron, and as I transition above. So these would be the 6 panels proposed. Again, the one in the center representing the built city, and then honoring the environment that they're here to protect, maintain on either side, with the mountains on one side, through the fish, through the forests, through the streams. There's also a bonus on the 2 ends of the walls as they wrap the corners, getting to the main gates of the facility. We have our City of Federal Way logos that are imprinted into the concrete inset. And so one of their proposals was to enhance the entry sign, where they would use the letters that would be fabricated from welded together tools and objects that are relative to O&M's work. And as they talked about it, they talked a little bit about somebody walking by and going, oh yeah, there's my crescent wrench I've been looking for. So materials used, stainless steel, Corten steel, and copper, with, as the beginning is showing, as some of those natural patinas coming through as the metals age. So I'm grateful to the committee. They did have, they did have a way to rate all of them, and they did that thoughtfully. They carefully considered all of them in consideration of the goals of the projects. So with Artist 1, Sneem Nagodi and the Sasquatch family, they loved that it was like this public tourist draw, that it was interactive. There was ties to both Native American, Asian communities, the honoring of the environment, the use of the metals and recycled materials. The cons, the biggest one though was, and the biggest concern was that this is probably not the right location for that. Bringing the public to an area where they would stay and walk and interact doesn't fit well with a bunch of big trucks and pieces of equipment coming in and out of this facility every day. So the committee was like, we really love this, but it needs to be like maybe in a park where you can drop off busloads of children, or people can come and park and bring their family and picnic and be there. So artist number 2, the biggest thing that they felt was that the artist just really understood, what it is that happens, out of this facility. The care, the purpose of the facility, the workers, the 4 seasons of the work and the built natural environment. The artist showed a strong understanding of the facility purpose. They love the use of color, and then also, focusing on those 3 proposed locations. The scale of each of those pieces of art was big and made a statement, along with the colors. Some of the concerns are that some of the elements above the wall may cause a security concern. We work very hard to put the wall in and then to put something next to it they can climb. So in speaking with the artist says that we could pull that art or those elements of the art away from the wall, so that is not as big of a concern. Although there was no detailed budget, there is a commitment not to exceed the available budget. And then artist number 3, Ben Dye and his partner Travis Pond. The committee really loved the use of the metals, the natural patinas. The workmanship is just top notch with the welding, riveting, easy to maintain. They loved the ties to the environment, both natural and built. And although they appreciated being able to have the 6 panels across the wall, they felt that it kind of overall reduced the size of the art, and because the wall is so massive, that the wall they would get kind of lost in there. So they just felt that the scale of it, although long, covering the wall, just maybe wouldn't show up and have as big of an effect. So the committee's unanimous recommendation, after very thoughtful discussion between all the members, was to award this art project to Tovanar Meridian for the Four Seasons. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, council, any questions? Councilor Honda?
Thank you. I've served on several public art committees with the schools, libraries, and the community center. And my favorite of all of these is number 1. And the reason being is, even though it'll draw people there, which I understand you don't really want to have people there, but we have Steel Lake Park right next to it, and people could park at Steel Lake and then, or at the Steel Lake Annex and go look at it. I think it would actually draw people to Federal Way. And as we're trying to build our downtown and have Federal Way a place where people want to come, I think that this would be something that people would want to come to Federal Way to see. You know, they have those, what do they call them, those structures around Puget Sound that people go visit. They're in all different areas. Those
The
big-
trolls.
The trolls. I think this would be on par with those, and I think it would be really super cool for Federal Way to have something like this.
Okay, thank you. We've got 2 other comments. Councilmember Walsh and then Councilmember Dovey.
I agree with Councilmember Honda on that. My favorite is number 1 also. I can, because it would draw people to Federal Way. I can understand the concern about that may be their wrong place to draw them to. And so I can, I can certainly understand that point, and it's maybe valid. I mean, all 3 of them are great, and I think that number 2, the one that the committee selected, is very fine as well. But but number 1 is something that would actually bring people in. If it isn't the right place for it, I think that sometime in the coming years, when there is the opportunity for another art installation, that maybe at the public market or someplace like that. I see some hands going up out there. It might be a great place for it, because it would be a draw, and it would be a placemaker. So anyway, one thing I wish also is I wish that the council would have had the opportunity to review this material earlier on, or been notified of it, and instead of kind of getting it at the last moment. So, but anyway, but thank you.
Councilor Dovey?
Yeah, my first reaction, my wife takes the grandkids to all the trolls. I mean, that's like destination, wherever there's a bunch of them around here. And I haven't been involved in seeing this. I just saw that there was a display, I think, in the room today. But my first reaction, I would put the Sasquatches there. I mean, I just thought it was something unique, and I see people rolling their eyes back there who are on the committee, and I'm not trying to second guess them, but I think that there's a one in an opportunity time, and maybe what Mr. Walsh is saying, the council after tonight, maybe you don't have to vote on it unless there's something, and you can have a little bit more time evaluating it, because there is a need for economic development, drawing people in. We're spending $175,000, and
council could do whatever it wants.
I like Susan's idea, Jack's idea.
And
Make it a place that people want to come and gather.
And the one thing that I agree, and I tell you, the committee very much did like one and the placemaking part of it, but the staff that are on the committee that drive these large trucks in and out of there every day were scared. They do not want people in droves parking at Steel Lake Park and walking across the driveways while they are trying to maneuver these large pieces of equipment in and out. And the committee unanimously, they understood that. They all said that we would love to see the Sasquatches installed in a more appropriate location. But that, in this case, and the other concern was that the budget for the placemaking portion of it, which was the trails and other things that were involved, are not in the $175,000 budget. That is above and beyond. So it fell outside of the budget in order to put those pathways in, which also haven't been evaluated fully for ADA access, those type of things. So I hear you, and I just wanted to share some more points that the Arts Committee came up with.
Thank you. Councilor Tran?
Thank you, Mayor. So these are beautiful, beautiful designs. I like them all. But when we're talking about the safety and the well-being staff, for staff, I think option one is not one of them. And I agree with the committee and staff that maybe we can find a different location, another location, if we want to make this become a tourist attraction, for example. I'm fine with that, but with this operation maintenance facility, you mentioned staff driving the truck and in and out and all that. So for the reason of safety and well-being of staff, I would not select the option one. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Actually, Councilor Honda, did you have a quick question?
Linda has something.
Oh, Council President?
That's okay. Well, for my 2 cents, I'm really strange. I really like talking and looking and getting interested in Sasquatch and UFOs and things I don't know about, but am curious about, and they're really interesting. But I don't think that I want to have our city be made a joke. And some people will make it a joke, like the elephant in the air that was going to be at the transit garage. And because some people don't believe in that, and that's okay. But I really would like to have a couple Sasquatches over at Steel Lake Park. I think that'd be a good place for them. But I was visualizing people running across that busy road to get to, because there's no place to park. And so, although I like that idea, number 2 seems to be just fine.
Council, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. Question, this is part of the 2% for the arts.
Yeah.
Is it mandated that it has to be there at the maintenance and operations facility?
Yes.
Could we have that 2% for the arts?
No, it has to be there.
It has to be there.
That has to be there.
Yes, the funding is designated based on the bond requirements. That is funding this project has to be spent on the parcels identified as part of the project.
Okay. Councilmember Honda, excuse me, Councilmember Honda, and then I've got something I want to say. Go ahead.
So artist number 2 and artist number 3 have no detailed budget, which concerns me. Because if they couldn't make a proposal with a detailed budget, and I've worked with artists before, that really concerns me. Do we know that they can actually do what they say they have proposed without having a budget worked out? I think that the security issues you're concerned about will be worked out. You guys, we have houses all around the maintenance yard. We have a neighborhood right across the street. We have the multifamily right next to you guys. We have a soccer field where on Saturdays and Sundays, it's packed full of people. Cars are parked illegally on the road. I hear about it every week. And we have Steel Lake right across the street. We have people there. I think that this will be an added addition to Federal Way to our downtown, which will make Federal Way a special place. And will people make fun of Federal Way? Who cares? I think it would be cool. It would make us stand out. It would be a reason people would want to come to Federal Way to see the Sasquatches.
Well, first of all, I want to fully empower, thank you very much for the presentation. I want to fully empower the council to do whatever you think is the right thing to do, and it's your choice. And I want to make sure that gets, that's prominently stated. Obviously, we want to make sure that we empower staff and we, listen to them carefully, but this is council's decision. And I also, the most recent piece of art that was added to my office was a coaster that was given to me with a Sasquatch on it. So I was tickled when I saw the, and entertained when I saw this presentation. It is sort of a mascot for the area and could be incorporated for some branding. It presents several different branding opportunities for the community. But that appears to have prompted a response from Councilmember Walsh. Go.
Yeah, just another idea, with the concern about safety for it. One thing we know is that at Steel Lake Park, there is a shortage of parking for many events. Is there a possibility that there along, what street is the maintenance on 28th? 28th.
Yeah.
On the other side of 28th, in the Steel Lake Park area, kind of around where that other ball field is, create additional parking there, which is needed for Steel Lake, and then have a crosswalk going across far from the maintenance and operations facility entrances where trucks will be going in and out of, and make it so that mitigate the dangers of people going right by where the trucks are going in and out of.
I would envision more people would come on weekends when the maintenance and operations yard isn't fully staffed and we have people coming and going as much. But we do have people that park on 28th, right next to the soccer fields. It says no parking, but people still park there pretty much every weekend. I get the phone
I
calls.
was going to bring that up.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I've asked the chief numerous times, maybe we should just make it parking because people park there.
Maybe.
Could I?
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Dobie.
Is this decision time-sensitive on completion, or just because we want to get it started? Is there more time to discuss it? Because there's lots of different ideas up here. What's the real, does it have to be decided tonight? Or does it screw up the production? I mean, this is on the outside of the maintenance yard, so it's not
No.
like it's...
It doesn't have to be done to open an operation maintenance facility, so no, it is not time sensitive.
I mean, my suggestion, instead of trying to figure out up here, because I hear everybody's kind of like, I don't know, because I wasn't really involved and I haven't seen enough of it, and I like Susan's idea of the Sasquatches, and, Councilmember Tran says, well, maybe not. Anyway, I would just punt this to January, when you have 2 new council members here who are going to have to live with it for the next 4 years. They got to make the decision and give it a little bit more time, because it's not like it's going to stop anything.
Councilor Honda and then Council President.
It would be great to get the public's opinion too. This is their money. This maintenance and operations building is costing over $50 million. The most expensive thing we've built. And it would be nice to propose, let the public give us their opinion. I have my opinion. I love the Sasquatches, but I'd love to hear from the public.
Council President.
Oh, thank you. I was going to suggest that as well, that maybe we could get something in the paper that would show if we're just talking about the 2 different designs, and maybe we could, because, we haven't really seen much, it's just a quick look. It'd be nice to have something to have more information on, or more designs? Do you have anything else to show us? I mean, but, and I do think it should be, thank you, Councilmember Dovey, I think it should be decided by the new council, because that's moving forward.
Okay, and then, we could always have Ben Miller, our communications person, put something out to the Mirror and on social media and with the Mirror. So that's been suggested. Is there a motion to that effect?
If you make it in color.
Councilmember Walsh?
I don't know the right terminology, but I move that we punt this to January. So-
Second. Oh, may I amend that?
Go ahead.
I would amend that to include information to the public. Do we have to have dates? So that-
You can put that in there, yes, but we've got a
Okay.
plan on how to, I've already got it.
Okay, I accept that as a friendly amendment, and
Yeah.
we can remove the January part, but I mean, just move it on to the future. And it's-
Second.
What's that? We don't need to vote?
If we're not going to set a date specific, then unless council has specific direction for staff, we don't need to vote.
Okay.
Do we just table it?
Yes.
Or just not vote for it?
Take no action.
If they take no action, so council, what we'll do is, actually, Councilmember Walsh, you still have your light on, did you?
No.
Okay, I just want to make sure everybody gets heard. Okay, so what I'll commit to, council, is I'll get Ben to work on this, we'll get this, first of all, I want to say, Desiree, thank you for your presentation, very much appreciate it. Thank you for the individuals who participated in the committee, thank you to the artists who submitted. It's a creative process, it's an iterative, artistic process, and while there are some Bigfoot fans up here, we do actually, I think it's a great idea to include the public. It is a $50 million facility. We've got the Performing Arts and Event Center was $33 million, that the community center was $20 million. So this is a big public project. So I'll communicate with Ben, we'll get our folks together, we'll get this, we'll gather this up, we'll put it on social media, on the major platforms, and we'll reach out to the Mirror and seek their input on, see how many people out there actually really dig either proposal or Bigfoot.
And the Mirror is here.
And the Mirror is here, that's right.
Might I share?
Yes.
In a public forum?
Yes.
The use of the word Bigfoot is actually considered derogatory. So let's make sure that we do cultural appropriations and refer to properly Sasquatch. I'm sorry, I have some background and I just couldn't let that go.
So.
Okay. Okay.
Mayor?
Yes.
Yeah, before we end, I think that the three main artists are here, and I would like to thank all three of them for their great work. All of it is beautiful, beautiful work, and thank you. And thank you for the committee for their hard work in reviewing things and getting things, what was it, 160 submissions or 130?
It's over 140.
Yeah, 140. I mean, boy, that's a lot of work on part of the committee, and I for one appreciate that. So.
Okay, so is there consensus that there's no motion before the body? Okay, there's no motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, now moving on to the bid award for Tyler Enterprise, ARP. Thomas Fitchner, our IT director, and Finance Director Steve Groom will present.
It's been bugging me all night. It's not aligned directly, so it's been a little off. So I've corrected it. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Council President, and council members. It's always unfortunate that when you follow an act with tons of cool artwork and graphics and stuff, and then now you have a lot of text-heavy, content-heavy things. It's always not the best, but I'll try and make it as entertaining as possible. So before you tonight is we're asking council to I'll go back award a bid to Tyler Enterprise for ERP software for the city.
Before we go on,
yeah,
could we ask that they leave the display in there until after the meeting so that we can take a look at it?
Sure, absolutely. Do you think that's being taken down now, EJ?
Yes.
I think they're already down. They came down a couple hours ago. I'll double check.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. All right, so what is an ERP system? Essentially, it's the system that every department relies on for every service that the city delivers. So this is the financial system that the city uses to keep track of everything related to finance and timekeeping, payroll, everything. So why are we here? Why are we replacing the Eden system that we currently use? Well, the city has used the Eden system, or Eden Systems Incorporated, since 1989. We have contracted with them for accounting services. And the actual Eden ERP system that we know and use today was installed in 1994. Computing has changed a lot since then. And since that Eden system, which is short for Ed and Dennis, the two creators of the system, that program got purchased by Tyler Technologies. Tyler has since announced, and they have been talking about this for many years now, that they will be sunsetting the support and maintenance for the Eden system. And eventually they finally picked a date, and that is March of 2027. So that would mean that we've had Eden in service for greater than 30 years. That's an impressive amount of time for any piece of technology, especially. We don't even keep our cars for 30 years usually. So that's a very impressive thing. But it is ultimately built on legacy system architecture, so it is kind of old and outdated. And so that is, again, why we're replacing it. We can't get support on it, and if we can't get support on it, we can't use it for the city's critical financial infrastructure and systems. So part of that is we're replacing the Eden system. We've hired, there's some that we've found that is important, and if we don't know something the best ourselves to be subject matter experts, we need to hire somebody to help us with that. And so we did. We kind of polled our neighbors and resources, and we hired Soft Resources. They're a local Kirkland-based consulting organization. They live and breathe this stuff every day. They've helped many of our cities, including the city of Renton, just recently through this process. And that is doing a needs analysis of what we need as a city, and then also drafting an RFP so that we can go out for proposals and then help us through that selection process and contracting. So the RFP was issued in August of 24, so of last year. Responses and bids were due September, November, and then we picked two finalists to advance to demos, and that was pretty much a year ago today, or this week is when we had those demos. And it was a set of 2 full packed days per finalist. So 2 days for Tyler and 2 days for the competitor. So 4 days that several staff members participated in, and we went through every single piece of that program. Since then, we've been doing contract finalization, and right now, should council approve this tonight, it will be starting that project in January. The finance implementation, which we'll get to a little bit later as well, will be a 12-month. And then the HR payroll will be another 12-month. It'll be staggered. So part of the selection criteria and why we got to selecting Tyler Technologies Enterprise ERP is simply we went through a set of criteria. Part of it was to evaluate the software, the breadth of the modules, like what they actually supported, what things that we could do with the software, and the depth of that functionality in each one of those modules. The technology itself, like whether or not it's a good, solid foundation of technology, how the databases work, and accessibility or the user experience, how easy is it for our staff to navigate and work through the system, and then also integration across our city's various systems. Can we plug things into this system to help automate the flow of data? The vendor, their history, their viability, and also the government experience, because that's important. There were several responses where they weren't really strong in government, and so we wanted to choose one of those that actually kind of know, live, and breathe our way of doing accounting and finances. And obviously, cost and value was a huge component as well. We looked at this over a 10-year perspective, what it's going to cost to operate the software over 10 years. And then finally, implementation. How do they go about it? How are they going to support us? The staffing requirements from the city, and of course, the timeline. So we, in December of last year, did usability demos, and as you can see here from this slide, there are plenty of, every single department was involved in this, because it's important, and every single department uses this system as well.
I'm up next. We're going to be alternating a bit because we did work on this for over a year. I'm going to show you 3 slides to give you a sample of what we asked our staff from all of the departments that Thomas just mentioned to look at. Over the course of 4 days, we went over to the Performing Arts Center. We used a room from 8 to 5 all day. We asked the competing software vendors to demonstrate to our users in 1-hour chunks the specific screens and procedures for the specific tasks that our staff would be ultimately using. Budget was one of them. One vendor specialized in government entities, and one served both private and public sector. It was very well known. But city governments have very specialized requirements to be able to produce a budget. Not only the budget, but also the book, the document that our citizens need to be able to look at, and it needs to serve our staff so that it guides managing each of their programs. But also a city budget is an appropriation. You all know when you adopt a budget that is actually a legal authorization to spend. In the private sector, it might be a guideline that you can go over, but not here. In our budget process, we have to have multiple iterations until we get to balance, and then there can still be changes. And we needed each of the departments to be able to see the software where they would be able to enter their own budget in sufficient detail where 18 months later, we want to be able to know, well, okay, there might be $1.2 million there for professional services. What were we thinking? Which contracts, which services? We wanted to capture that in the software, and so that enables the departments that are managing to manage with a little bit more detail. And we wanted the software to serve us to do that. Our old software didn't. That is just using budget for one of the examples. Purchasing procurement is another good example where new software really needs to work for us in ways that we haven't been able to before. Our city has no dedicated purchasing staff. When I was in Yakima, I had 4 credentialed purchasing staff, but here we have decentralized setup. We need a software to leverage our staff. We've got engineers in public works. We've got staff in PD and parks coordinating with law and finance department. And so both of the vendors actually had a significantly structured automated process. It was a workflow management process that'll really give us a better ability for each of our different departments to work better. We want it to be a lot more electronic, a lot more automated, where right now it's unclear when we're signing off on paper or doing coding, who does what. It needs to integrate with budget, it needs to integrate with accounts payable, it needs to work across fiscal years because we need to have carry forwards that actually stick with the authorizations that you at City Council authorize when you do our adopted budget and amendments. And then we also have to manage purchase order by purchase order. So by making sure our software conforms to the purchasing the way that government has to comply with, our staff should be able to work better across departments the way that we're staffed. Accounts payable, we only have one accounts payable position. That hasn't changed in 10 years when the city had a lot fewer total employees and a much smaller budget. We're looking for new software to help us operate more efficiently, leaner, and we think we can do that. Currently, we use paper invoices, paper checks, handwritten coding and approvals, even say Public Works receives electronic invoices, and they want to be able to code and approve electronically. We'd like to have an electronic workflow, and so that was one of the requirements that we had, and both of our vendors did provide that. Our current purchasing card process has got a lot of employees that are able to purchase using a city card. However, the coding and the dollar amounts and the approvals all has to be done on a spreadsheet, and then we have to type that into the system, so we really want to be able to automate that. We currently do use Positive Pay for fraud control, but our bank reconciliation process, and so we wanted to have a better integration that we'd be able to save us some time there. All of our departments work hard to manage their budget, but reports are only as good as our time. The reports are only as good or as timely as our staff time will allow. And so reducing our staff time is one of the big pickups that we want to do. Both vendors were improvements that empower our staff across all departments. And finance really does want to work well with every department in the city. Now, I could show you 6 more slides that are financial related. Just with the financial components that we were looking at, this is largely a financial system, but it serves everything that we do. Our vendors were given a highly structured timetable for the content that we wanted our users to see. So when we say that we did 4 days worth of demo, this is the kind of detail. The point I want to make is that the software we're looking at, it does hugely affect the 8 people that work for me in finance, but it also affects the other 392 people who work at the city that depend on us and all of us that do budgeting, purchasing, accounts payable, being audit ready, preparing management and citizen reports, and being accountable to the agencies we all have to be. Now, I haven't mentioned payroll, and payroll, Thomas and I are going to kind of both cover some aspects of this. Because our software selection impacts not only the finances payroll process, but it also impacts HR. HR is where we input every employee as part of the onboarding process. In fact, it even starts before onboarding. It starts with recruiting. Up till now, we have not had the ability, this has been one of the, it's gone beyond a want. It really is a need. It's a best practice to be able to do position control. We involved our HR director that isn't with us anymore. However, that was a biggie. To be able to budget, position control is where you assign every employee to a numbered position that's in the budget. And so when you have a vacancy, you're filling that one slot. We haven't had that before. Paying our employees is only half the job when we have to reconcile to every health plan, the IRS, state pension plans, or others where there's payroll deductions, and we have to make sure we get the remittances sent off right. When people are signed up for something, that they're actually getting that payment sent off. So the more that our system will do electronically, the less we have to rely on Excel, spreadsheets, and paper. So that covers the first half of this slide. Thomas, finish this off.
So the second half comes down to timekeeping and actually the payroll processing. And right now, when I said that the Eden system currently is used on legacy, older, more out-of-date technology, the timekeeping component of it is. Number one, we can't process temporary employees using the current system. It's just not set up for it, and part of this new system, it will accept that. So that's number one. Number two is we have a separate software that we use, 2 separate softwares actually, to track temporary employees at the community center and also the police employees. And the reason for that is it's nuanced enough because they have special software or special requirements around scheduling and shifts and coverage and different pay rates and that kind of stuff. So that becomes a lot more difficult. Currently, one of those systems, the one that we use for police, comes into Eden, but we have to run it through this magic software process that we had to create in-house by a person who's no longer on the team. And then it breaks, then we have to just kind of guess and check our way through it. So this software will accept those reports or the output from that custom system or that special police system right on into payroll without having to have a third part or this custom software written.
Can I add that? I'm gonna tag team on that because I needed you to explain that. However, in finance, in today's day and age, we get a 2-inch stack of paper timesheets from the community center, from parks, seasonal, and temporary employees. And the reason I know that is because I get to help input them manually myself because we have 8 employees and we share all the workload. So we are absolutely going to get rid of our paper timesheets, and that's everywhere in the city that we have part-time, seasonal employees. And we're going to consolidate not entirely to one. We're going to take 3 systems down to 2 if you count paper. Is that right?
Yeah. Correct. So, on that note.
So are you going to make smartphones the timesheet entry now instead of going paper or do it like everybody else in the world?
That's the goal, yes. So there was 2 components to the software. We're going with the base timekeeping system out of Tyler Enterprise ERP. We were looking at the advanced timesheeting system, which adds a little bit more features. Both will be mobile friendly, that they can enter it on their phone. But we chose to use the base package from Tyler and keep the police system, just because, again, the fit is better for the police for the current way that they track their time. But again,
And the way they schedule, yeah.
yeah, the way they're scheduling and their time. But the biggest component to Tyler and what we stressed with the vendor at this point is we want that to be able to go just export and import right into Tyler Enterprise ERP, and it will accept that. But finally, the last piece on payroll processing is it takes forever right now. We have worked with Eden, we've worked with their support department, we've upgraded the system. A lot of people wait to the last minute to submit their timesheets, and when they do, a lot of times it will take, I'm not joking, several minutes for a manager to go in and approve a timesheet for one employee. Times that by, we have 400 employees here that need approval. That's a problem. And so this system is another reason why we need to replace it. So on the technology requirements, I'll breeze through this pretty quick. We want a SaaS product or a software as a service. We don't really want to host it on-premise anymore. And the reason for that is it's just one less thing. We're still a small department. Before the recession, we were 10.6 FTE. We're 10 now. And so we have not grown, but the amount of softwares and systems and everything that we support from central IT, it's a lot more. And so what we're trying to do is take one more critical business functional system out of something that we have to support. And so that's why we're looking for a software as a service or a hosted platform. They're pledging 99.7% availability, which effectively comes down to their typical maintenance every month that they use to update the software. We want to make sure that it's secure, PCI compliant for transactions that we process with people's credit cards. That's very important. And that our data is encrypted, both at transit and at rest. And that if something does happen, that they've guaranteed a 24-hour restoration. And then, of course, the integration components to our existing city systems is important. Our permitting system with My Building Permit, it will be able to take that data out of there and then update the general ledger for all of those. Currently, that is a manual process. Every morning, somebody inputs, so this system will accept that. It will replace a archaic point of sale system that we use currently with Eden. It's called Quadrant. It's also a single point of failure because it's a husband-wife business. Nothing against small businesses, but when we depend on it for day-to-day, it's not the best. And so we've had some challenges with it in the past. We've looked at replacing it, but it just didn't make sense, especially when we're going to replace it. So that will be eliminated, which is great. Community Center and Dumas Bay use a shared platform Tyler will be able to take those reports and all those transactions and put them right into the general ledger, which is a great thing. Again, going back to efficiency. A future municipal court system. Currently, court uses the GIS system to track their financials. The Washington State selected a Tyler product, and if there is any integration that we can do, we'll support it. We talked about timekeeping systems already, and then Public Works is undergoing CityWorks implementation to be able to track time and assets and maintenance costs and whatnot, and there will be an integration already with this system. So we're working on that. Very critical, again, to go back to making sure that we are being as efficient as possible and using this opportunity to help lessen the burden of manual entry, duplicate entry.
I'm going to inject a little common sense. My mom used to tell me, and yours probably did too, just because your friends jump off a roof doesn't mean you should too. What are other cities around us doing? This is actually one of our criteria. And the reason is, when we started polling, Thomas has a network of IT directors. I have a network of finance directors. In fact, my staff enjoys a lot of cities where we know our counterparts. When we were looking for a best practice or to solve a problem, or if we're using a software and we're having a glitch. It was a factor that helped. It wasn't a deciding factor. However, we have some reputable cities that have already implemented from Eden onto Tyler. There's a few more that are in process. There's even a few more in line that haven't made their selection. We only found two with the competing finalists. The competing, the number 2 vendor was Workday, and that was Olympia and Vancouver. But so the point being, we know which cities have got knowledge and experience and what they're willing to share, and we thought that it was important that there was a regional, that all the same cities within Washington that have to comply with the same state statutes and stuff that we do. So this was one of our factors, that there was a lot of cities that actually implemented quite early. Timeline, I can speak to, you can. You're much more eloquent on this slide.
So this is our, I think, kind of one graphic that we do have in there, so it's nice and pretty. This shows that it's overall a year-long process, 18-month process, but it's in 2 different sections or 2 different phases, 12 months apiece with a staggered start. So meaning we'll start upon council approval. If they approve tonight, we will be in the January process or phase for Tyler to start implementing. That will start in January, and the financials will go live pretty much 1 year later, so January of 26 or 27. We'll start the human resources management side of it, so again, payroll, employee management, in July of next year of 26 and finish in July of 27. So again, the reason why it's brought forth to you tonight, again, is we were looking at if we sign before the end of the year with Tyler, we'll be in that January timeframe. If we do not do that, we will get bumped out, at least, at minimum, a quarter. And so we want to get this started as soon as possible to help hit that Eden sunset date. Again, part of the criteria with the selection was implementation. Like, how is it going to affect our staff? Because all the staff, we're already a pretty lean run city, and we've all got certain roles and responsibilities, and adding this project to their their existing duties is going to be an added burden. And so what we looked at is with the financials component, you can see on the screen the different FTE requirements that Tyler is telling us. Now, when Tyler initially responded to the RFP, their numbers were lower and our FTE numbers were higher. And we went back and told them that that's not acceptable. We can't have that because we need you guys to do more of the work. We don't have extra staff to go and work on implementing this program. So we need to get our staff, the city staff requirements, as low as we possibly can. So obviously it came at a cost, and that's also included in the total value. But I just want to make sure that one thing that Steve and I and actually the whole team was stressing that was very important is that we try and reduce the amount of burden on staff. Already, it still will be. That means that there's usually at a point in time through this project, there's going to be an additional 2 FTE requirements of work to do, and no additional city staff to do it. So we're going to have to fit that in. To give you perspective, the competing finalist required a lot more city FTE, as you can see there.
And can I add to that?
Was that for the same amount of time? I mean,
About the same amount of time, yeah.
And
that's doesn't even make sense.
it's so much different that it makes you wonder why. And when I was working at the city of Yakima, I watched the county across the street convert to Workday, and I watched them work evenings and weekends. Now, I thought that's either the staff's fault, or it's the vendor's fault, or maybe they didn't negotiate well. But I didn't want to have that happen to us, so we really did press hard. And yeah, there's a lot of, I don't think there was that many features that Workday had that it justified that much staff time. I really don't. I think they were enough similar. I mean, they were more expensive and all that, but still, the difference in staff time was significant, and so that was a big factor.
And we got these numbers right from their RFP, their proposal. And when we asked them about it, that's what they responded with. So to help alleviate that burden on the project management side, that we do intend to keep soft resources for project management throughout the duration of this, which we'll get to here in a moment.
I've got a staff of 9 and you've got a staff of 10, and we still think that a lot of our staff is going to be spending probably 1 day a week, and we're going to be involving other city staff, and it's going to be with our existing jobs. So this is going to be additional workload, so we wanted to be cautious of that.
Yep.
Oh,
That's you.
this would be my slide. Yes, it would. So we didn't just come out and tell you that one software cost was nearly double the other, or triple in the first 2 years. We had 6 vendors. We put out our RFP widely. We actually sent it directly to all of the vendors that we know of in our world that serve government. The one-time cost for Tyler is $796,000. The annual subscription, the annual licensing fees, whatnot, are $268,000. There's some estimated travel reimbursement for their trainers, and that brings our estimated one-year total to $1.1 million. We had budgeted $1.2 million, so I'm feeling a breath of relief there. That includes a contingency of 15%. But you'll notice that Tyler's cost over 5 years is $2.8 million. Workday's was $6.8. In the current biennium, we budgeted 1.2. Tyler will cost 1.1 million. Workday would have been 3.2. And so we were willing to look at them and say, okay, is there something that we would be missing out on? Both of these vendors were above the line, above the bar of what we were looking for. We have captured everything in the contract that they responded to in the RFP that they would deliver and that they demonstrated to us. So we've captured all that, and so cost, this was a very significant factor because in order for us to be able to afford it, I come to you guys every budget study session and say money will fix everything in this city, but there's not enough money and we have to prioritize. And so we have to be conscientious of cost, clearly. I mean, we're taxpayer funded. So that was a significant difference. The 5-year total is $2.7 million. They capped their years 6 to 10, should we renew, at 3%. They initially, in their bid, put 5%. We asked for 1%. We got 3%. So we've got it to a manageable level where we can get the services that we need at a cost we can afford. Back to you.
So on the project management front, just to reiterate this. So again, Soft Resources are the consultant that we hired, local, Kirkland-based. Their group, and throughout this process, we realized that they really did know this realm really well. They know their stuff. They're highly equipped to handle this, and they've done the work. They've done the work with many other cities locally, and especially Renton just recently. Like they just got approved this year, and they're starting their project now. And also Renton is hiring them, Soft Resources, to help them through this process of project management on the implementation front. So they're highly recommended by peer cities. We utilize them for the RFP process. We will contract them for project management services, which will help us through the go-live. Again, it's just making sure that the city is holding up our part of the bargain, Tyler's holding up their part of the bargain, the communication is there. Again, it just takes that project management burden off of the city that we don't have the staff equipped to. So we'll keep the subject matter experts, the people that know payroll, the people that know invoicing and so on, working with just that, not having to deal with our timelines and management, project management and all that. So that's made cost. Again, this is in addition to this, what you're approving tonight, but we just want to be transparent as we're going to be hiring with a separate professional services agreement, and that would be about 1,050 hours over 21 months. Why is it 21 months instead of 18? Because of after we go live, there will be some stuff that we end up having to work with, kind of project closeout, any bug fixes or punch list items that we have to do, and they'll help us through that. So with that said, before you tonight is to authorize staff to award the contract for the proposed enterprise ERP software to Tyler Technologies Incorporated, not to exceed $2,758,316, including $326,480 for contingency, and authorize the mayor to sign all project-related agreements.
Okay. Councilmember Honda.
Thank you. My first question is, why didn't this go to FedRAC last week?
Timeline, unfortunately, we had geared up But that timeline, when the agenda was published, this would put it out into January. So that was our intention, to take it to FedRAC. But because of that, if we couldn't sign before the end of the year, then we're bumped out at least a quarter.
That plus, we've been negotiating a lot of contract points, and we actually did get it where they agreed to everything we were asking, and we had everything settled, and it came really, really close to FedRAC, and then we realized it wasn't going to get approved on consent in January.
Well, I wouldn't have taken it to consent anyway. I would have taken it to business, but.
Because this presentation is worth hearing. Thank you.
Secondly, next year is a budget year, and staff is going to be super busy with the budget. How is this going to impact? You guys going to be like doubling your workload next year?
We were going to be anyway. It may help us, and it may be extra workload. I think it's going to be a little bit of both, and I don't know. I don't see how to avoid it.
Okay.
Because of the sunsetting issue. Yeah, it would have been our preference to get this negotiated faster, save us a few months.
Another part about, again, this timeline is the financials component. If it sticks to 12 months, that will begin in a new budget year in 27. And so that way we can prep the new system and we can use all that in the 27 budget. If we don't hit that, now we've got 2 budgets and 2 different systems. So it becomes, again, this is kind of that perfect time.
We're going to have to do some parallel data, but we want to end up with a good system. So the timing might work okay. It's going to be a lot of work no matter what we do. And across all the staff, across all departments, we're all going to put in some work so we can get a lot of things that are better, so.
My next question is, so I go through the vouchers every month and spend about 3 to 4 hours on Sunday nights doing that. How will this impact that? Will it make it easier for me to go through vouchers? Will I be able to click on a voucher and see exactly what it is that I'm looking for, or?
We demoed that, and I think that is one of the features that.
There's a lot better reporting coming out of the system.
Okay.
So not only that, there is a public dashboard, for a financial component to this that we'll be using, or that we've elected to it was an optional add, and we chose to add that, so there is a little bit of that budget transparency. And so the hope would be that we would find better reports in order to synthesize the data a lot easier for council to read.
And our hope is that doing what we're going to be doing anyway, that it'll now be a much better reporting and drill downable feature. You know, it could depend on staff time, and I hope it doesn't.
So I'd be able to click on one of the vouchers and it would take me to what I need?
And every one of our departments should be able to do that too, yeah. Help us manage the city better.
Again, the system is customizable and configurable. Some cities have chosen to make that publicly accessible, that level of detail. Others have not. So the system does have that functionality.
Why wouldn't you want to make it publicly available? I mean, it's a public document, right?
It is. It just depends on each city's what they want to make publicly available versus have it publicly available via records request.
And we're going to have to be more careful on what we redact or what we put into the system so that we don't have things that are sensitive that shouldn't be. Something like HR,
Right.
some things that department managers shouldn't see, I shouldn't see, so.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Rodovi?
Yeah, how many bids did we get on the RFP?
6. 6 for the ERP system. I think there were some separate ones that were HR and.
Exclusive.
Yeah, which they could have been add-ons or separate, and we chose not to. We went with a unified integrated system.
So we had 6, and then did the consultant pare it down to the 2, or did you pare it down to the 2?
They helped us.
Yeah.
They helped us. They went through and provided a nice document for us to review of the strengths and weaknesses of each product. Again, that's a lot of their value add.
Right.
They've done enough of these RFP process that they gave an extensive script, and then they gave us an extensive scorecard that they've used at other cities, which we didn't have to reinvent. That was really helpful.
You know, and I look at the examples of cities, I mean, I would probably throw out the little cities, and I'd be more confirming with Auburn and Renton, because a city like Snoqualmie I mean, they're a big enough city, and you gotta do
You
the
say
same
that,
stuff.
but it was the finance director of Snoqualmie that sent me an email that said, be really careful with the implementation manager that your vendor gives you, because you can ask for a different one, and that made all the difference in the world in
Right.
their implementation, because they had such a small staff.
Right.
So you're right.
And I got questions about the contingency fund. Is that because Tyler, if they're chosen, may not live up to the amount of money they say it's going to be, or you need more staff time because it's not planned? I mean, in the world I work in software and this kind of thing, you usually get a number, and you might have a small contingency, but not, I mean, they usually know where they're going to land.
Well, we're only going to come to you once, and we're going to live within that. And history and experience has told us, and a lot of public capital projects tell us that,
So,
we don't think that we have to incur any additional hardware on our side or other costs. We don't.
but they haven't told you that. I mean.
No, we've pushed and poked.
Well, I guess the question is, when you're doing the software project like this, it seems like going into it, there wouldn't be that big of a spread of contingency. So I'm trying to find out why it's $300,000+ when you're contracting with a software company that knows what they're doing.
Yeah.
And your staff, I mean, you know what we want. Why is there such a spread on why do we need that big of a contingency?
Training's one of the areas we want to maybe be able to pick and choose where we decide we want more. I'm not sure, and it may depend on our staff in different departments. That's my first thought.
So in projects of this caliber, especially when it comes to the implementation services side of it, it's not the SaaS subscription that's going to go up, right? It's not those fees. It's the unknowns that we might get into, and one of the value adds of selecting Tyler over Workday is that Tyler knows the Eden system. They have custom scripts written, and so in theory there should be very little unknowns. But each system, as it's an open database, and we have modified our Eden system database. It's an open Microsoft SQL database. And so we can get in there and we can modify it, we can run reports against it and all that. So not every single Eden system is identical. They're very similar, but they're not identical. So part of making sure that we have an appropriate training, that we don't run into a gotcha and have to come back before council and say, well, we need another 50,000 for this or 25,000 for that. And so again, it's not our intention to utilize that, but it's there to have a safety net in the event that there is something that goes over and that we need a little extra, and 15% is fairly industry standard.
And you're right, because Eden was a nationwide product, and when they sunsetted it, it's been across the country. So that's one of the things we didn't mention. Tyler does have a ton of products that they've migrated off of Eden onto Tyler, so that was one of our.
And I just had one more question.
Yep.
I mean, when you get into these type of projects, there's going to be a whole lot of other things. What other modules are we have in our city that should be, I mean, you're looking at finance and HR, time cards. I'm hoping you'd put time cards on people's phones so it's more fluid. I mean, I use that at Workday when I ski, they have Workday, and I've got a friend that's writing the one here for Tacoma, their new system. They're doing it in-house with something. But there's got to be other modules that you're going to put into this. You're not going to be happy, I don't think, with these two things. I mean, it's a start. I mean, what's that look like?
I mean, that looks like if we want to do that in the future, we have an enterprise system that we can add on to.
But I guess my question is, we're going to spend 2.7 million or, whatever the number is.
Over 5 years, yes.
Over 5 years, but should we be looking at what other things?
We did.
And you decided not to do any of the
So
others?
part of what Soft Resources did initially, again, going back to that needs analysis, is really honing in what the city has, what we want to keep, what works okay, what might need to be later down the road. They took a look and they interviewed all the departments, and they came up with a list. And ultimately, again, you start getting this project bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, it becomes almost impossible. And you've heard about the ERP system implementations in other cities that have fallen apart, and they've spent millions in dollars and they haven't gotten there. We really want to keep this focused. we're setting out to replace Eden. Yes, this system does, and Tyler does offer extra software for other processes, permitting and asset management and all that. But again, EJ with Public Works has chosen a best-of-breed product with CityWorks. It's better than Tyler. Of course, they wanted us to buy it, but.
For asset
Okay.
management.
for asset
Thank you.
management, So, yeah.
All right. The unspent contingency, once the project is over, let's say they don't use much of, that we don't use much of that contingency, where would it go?
we
How
don't
would it be
spend it, we
brought
don't-
back into the budget?
If we don't spend it, I will be so happy to return it to fund balance.
And when will we know that?
Project end.
Yeah,
When will that be?
21 months.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Sefadossin, then Councilmember Moore.
Yeah, so when we're looking at the timeline, January through December, that's the installment and all this, and install, whatever, and not the implementation of actually working, right?
So the timeline, Heather, do you mind putting that back up on the screen?
There were two 12-month timelines.
Yeah, yeah.
HR and payroll starts a staggered 6 months. They're both 12-month timelines.
So when do
And
they
it-
actually start? When do staff start using?
I think at the end of the 12 months of each.
So again, there's two phases for two components of the system.
Yeah.
One's financials, so all of our general ledger and invoicing and AP, accounts payable, the checks that we write, the money that we receive in. All of that is included in the financial side of it. So financials will begin, if council approves tonight, financials will begin in January
Of 20,
of
27.
26. Well, so the project, the implementation will
Correct.
begin in 26, January of 26, and it will complete at the end of the year. And it will go live in January of 27. Okay, based on this timeline and everything that we've, so again, if we stick to this, and again, that's part of the value add of having soft resources, project manage this for us as well. Again, they've done it, they've lived and breathed it, and so they'll keep us on track and they'll keep Tyler on track. So that's another reason why we're going to be contracting them. So just for financials, and then 7 months later in July, we'll begin the HR side of the house. So for the payroll and human capital side, and that will go live in July of 2027.
27.
Or, yeah, 27.
Okay. So can you tell me why it takes so long? And I'm sorry.
It's a big piece of software. There's a lot of components, and going back to what Steve talked about, each module has several different items. Let's see here.
We have to load chart of accounts, we have to transfer data, we have to test data, we have to run parallel reports. And we asked each of the vendors for their methodology. So we're buying the timeline also.
So they got to bring data over. So they have to export data out of our current Eden system. They have to run it through their processes. We have to QA that. Garbage in equals garbage out. So if we put in bad data, we're going to have a bad system. Okay, so there's a lot of QA checks to make sure that that's done correctly. Again, we're setting up a whole new system. So this new Tyler EERP system does everything that Eden does and a lot more. And so there are going to be workflows and business processes that Steve's group especially has that we're going to have to look at and change, because it might better work to take advantage of efficiencies in the system. So, and that's for every single component. So just for purchasing, you've got encumbrances and multi-year PO management and bid and quote. All these are little pieces of the system that you have to set up and configure. Not to mention the data export and import from our current system, and the staff time and training and all that. So it's a big system. It involves a lot. So that's why it takes a long time.
So can part of it be started as you're migrating and moving things?
So that's going back to the timeline. That's exactly what the timeline means. Is there's two phases
Right.
only, and so we will get the financial component, all of the financials set up so that they are ready to go live, and then we will go live with that. And then when HR is set up, then it will go live. So there's a lot of working in both systems. There's a lot of, putting data, in and out, testing, making sure everything is working appropriately.
Thank you.
We're also constrained by budget. In an ideal world, you'd love one more employee just for an implementation, and so would I. And I don't think we can afford that, so we're gonna be as efficient and lean as we can.
Yep.
Councilmember Moore?
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Steve, I have a feeling you and I were talking about this several weeks ago, after I just discovered that you had, that you're a senior. So that was kind of interesting. So one of the things that the mayor knows, and some of my colleagues knows, is I was a pretty huge proponent of OpenGov. And I believed in creating a dashboard, online dashboard system for the budget, because we always have elected officials that run for office, and say, I'm going to make the budget a lot easier to, make it easier for people to read and understand. And then I discovered that after a day had implemented that, which I was thoroughly excited about, I know that I advised the mayor and advised whomever that you've got to educate the public, you got to let people know that that's a tool that's there, or else if no one knows about it, it's going to be weak and it's going to be ineffective. And obviously I discovered that kind of went away. And that's where you and I were talking about how there's a new system that's coming in. And I suspect that's what this is. And it sounds like this system can do a whole lot of internal things in terms of cleaning out our financial organs and just make it run better for staff time and whatnot. That's what I understand this is, correct?
Right.
Okay.
OpenGov turned out to be very labor-intensive. It took Chase and me, gosh, over a year to get it installed. It is active on our system, and it's clunky. But as Tom has mentioned, we're upgrading from a 1997 product to a 21st century product, and this one has an integrated dashboard.
Yeah.
Got it. And I heard, right, so now there's going to be a public dashboard that features there.
Yes, we're electing to move forward with the open finance optional module, yes.
And Thomas, thank you for saying that. I appreciate that, because I think that's important to me. And for there to be an education component, I think is really important for the public. So, and obviously, one of the comments I just kind of caught is the more information we can load in that system for the public to see, I think the better, quite frankly. Because I know you stated that some cities opt to do it and some cities don't. And that's I know that there's reasons for why cities do things the way they do them.
Two other public-facing elements are our annual budget document and our annual report, our comprehensive annual financial report, which we do currently using exclusively Excel and Word and PDF.
Yeah.
And these have components that should be generating them for us, so that should be an efficiency and a better public product.
So is there a plan to track, after this is implemented over a period of time, is there a plan to track staff time that's being spent on this to really, I mean, we obviously are saying the word efficiencies, but is there a way to say, yep, we've tracked staff timing and we can prove with this data that it really is saving time and it really is efficient? Is there a plan for that in the future and just preliminary discussions that you guys have had?
I'd love to say yes, but I think every employee in the city that this touches, it's going to impact, and I don't think there's a way to measure that.
I think,
Yeah.
I mean, I'd be interested at some point someday, and certainly I can advocate with the mayor, because I know he oversees the staff, but I'd like to see if we can track that, because again, we're saying efficiencies, let's prove that with this data point at some point down the road.
Sure, we've got people that work in police or public works or parks, and their expertise is in those things. We don't want them to become accountants. So maybe employee satisfaction and their ability to do their job, manage their budget, that could be a component. But it's tough to measure.
And my last comment is, Thomas, I think I heard you say start small and make it successful. Something to that effect, is that right?
Yeah, in response to Councilmember Dovi's question about other modules and adding things to it, Yeah, we want to keep this focused, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I fully support that. Let's make sure this is successful and whatnot. But I love the fact that there's going to be other components that we could add to this. So I think.
Any software company will want to sell you more.
Exactly, exactly. Thank you so much, guys.
Councilmember Honda, then Councilmember Adobe.
Thank you. So is Eden sunsetting at the end of 2027?
March.
March of 20, oh, that's not that far away. And under costs, it has, let me get to the slide. Annual software subscription fees for years 6 to 10. So is this actually a 10-year agreement?
It's a 5-year with option to renew.
Okay.
Yep.
And then my last question is, if we had a breach where someone came in and took over our system here, how safe and secure is this system?
It's a loaded question. So part of this system is the data will not exist on our servers in our system at the city, right? So it's hosted in the cloud. And so it'll be Tyler's responsibility to keep that system safeguarded. Granted, now that could still mean that a bad actor could compromise our network and get into an unsecured workstation, and then that it happens to be logged into the system and then be able to get data that way. But again, that's a lot harder versus it's much easier today to compromise and take data with the Eden system the way that it's set up versus what this will be. So again, we do look at data security and encryption very. It's industry best practice to look at those things and to make sure that they're a part of your decision-making process.
And we talked to both vendors about security and also uptime record.
Yes. Yep. And that was part of the technology component of it, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Adobe.
Yeah, I just have 3 other questions. If Eden wasn't sunsetting and they came out with what we have now and it was in 2035, would you be doing this?
We would probably be waiting.
Probably be waiting, okay.
Yep.
And you've talked a lot about PO systems, and my perception is our departments do POs kind of randomly. Will this be a step to centralize purchase ordering into one department so it's not everybody on their own and it kind of brings it together like everybody else in the world?
No, but I think there's a really good structure for the workflow process that'll really.
So the answer is
I think
no?
that- Correct.
So there's no plan of bringing PO system in and kind of bringing it into one place?
We've got engineers in Public Works that do a lot of Public Works projects. We've got,
Right.
yeah, we have a lot of decentralized process. We don't have a centralized, we don't have a credentialed purchasing.
Okay, okay. And then lastly, you get this done in a year, and then the next one's 6 months later because you stair-stepped it. If you get 6 months into it and you realize Tyler is really not what they're supposed to be, because it happens, and you got to do Plan B, do you stop the HR part? Because it didn't do, you get into it and you find out, this is a great deal, but it wasn't what we bought into.
We talked to a lot of cities to avoid
So,
that.
so there's a couple components that we're trying to hedge our bets on this, right?
Sure.
Number one is there's a reason one of the bigger reasons why we selected Tyler in the first place is because we can talk to our neighbors, and including 2 cities just recently that are actually going forward and converting their system to Tyler Enterprise ERP.
And everybody has to because they're sunsetting.
Yeah, everybody has to get off. So get off of the current Eden system, right? So there's not one person gonna be left.
It was like Y2K when everybody had to get new computers. and
Yeah.
Everybody made a fortune.
So part of that selection process was what agencies are choosing to move forward with Tyler.
Mm-hmm.
And Renton came down to the same 2 competitors that we did. And we ended up choosing Tyler for our own reasons.
Yeah.
But it was also one of those things like, well, they're doing it too. And so they must be thinking along the same lines that we are.
Yeah, and
now
I'm not questioning the choice. I think it's a wise choice.
So to get back to where you're at, we have one of the bigger components of a project not going well is going to be project management and the resources that Tyler assigns to our project. And so we have in the contract language to allow, if there is a problem, because I've experienced that in a couple different projects I've worked on with the city. If there is a problem with their resources, that we will bring that up, and they have agreed to mitigate that and remove that person and assign a new one. That will help us. But yeah, eventually, if the city, if the project is going so poorly, obviously Ryan will be involved from a legal perspective, and he's been involved from reviewing the contract perspective as well to make sure that the city is protected where they can be.
Okay, and then my last question. We get through this, it's successful, because it probably will be. Do you anticipate any less people in one department and more in another, or is it you're going to be able to do everything you're doing with the same amount of people? They're just more efficient, or?
If you talk to every department at budget time, they will tell you how understaffed they are and where they're understaffed.
No, I understand that. I've been here
And that-
18
and
years.
that
It
includes our
happens all the
department.
time, but I've just.
So, I would like to say that we'll have better retention and less turnover.
Better, that's a positive.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilor Tran, do you have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, it is my pleasure to make my final motion. Okay, I move to award the contract for the proposed enterprise ERP software to Taylor Technologies, Inc. for a total not to exceed amount of $2,758,316, including $326,480 as contingency funds, and authorize the mayor to execute all agreements related to the project.
Second.
It's been a motion, a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, great job to you both. Thank you very much. And
Mr.
good
Mayor,
luck.
can I say one last comment?
Yes.
Well, it's a pleasure to work for all of you guys. I have enjoyed the time, Councilmember Tran and Councilmember Dovey and Councilmember Daniel. You guys were able to kind of speak a little bit more my language and challenge me on certain areas, and so I do appreciate that, and it's been a pleasure. So, thank you.
All right, thank you. Item G, we'll have Bill Vadino present the legislative agenda. And, before we start with that, Council President, do you have a motion with regard to the time?
I move to extend the time for the meeting past 10 PM.
Second.
It's been a motion, a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Matter passed unanimously. Bill, you're in business.
Okay, Mayor and Council President and Council members, we're going to re-review what we talked about 2 weeks ago with the legislative agenda and the items that were added that you were able to see a week ago. And that's, of course, in preparation for a week from tomorrow for the legislative breakfast. And of course, once this is passed as it is, or as we add to it, we will then, the mayor and I will be working with the council president to see who would like to present each portion, as we did in subsequent years. And you'll have briefing papers, and we'll work on all that together. So, anyway, sorry, how do I go backwards here? Okay, so anyway, you have in front of you the draft, and of course, if there's any additions, we have room to add to it for the presentation. And so, of course, as we discussed 2 weeks ago, number one priority is restrictions upon sex offenders post-supervision, and we will go in details, but the bottom line is people who are at a continued risk to reoffend when residing in close proximity to schools, childcare facilities, public parks and facilities, where vulnerable people are. That's just something that we want the legislature to look at, but we also want them to be in a reasonable perspective, but we want it to be narrowly tailored. So that's number one. Number one is our piece there. So, and we've got the meat to it with here, as you've seen before. So, second is the Emergency Operations Center, and of course, as we proposed last year, it's an $82,600 project to install monitors, redundant networks, communication systems, and this is going to be supplemented by 21,000 EOC upgrades from a grant. And so that's our next priority, as we had last year. And then, of course, as we have had in previous years, we've got our 4 priorities for transportation. Number 1, the roundabout at State Route 99 and 373rd. There are some funding resources for that, but what we need is $1 million from the state. And so we are reiterating that. And of course, we'll have detail about that to share with our legislators, maps, et cetera, at the presentation. Number 2 is city center access, which would improve access from the city center and to and across I-5. And so that's $700 million, and our request is, since we've got earmark in 2023, our request is $100 million for that, as in past years. Number 3, of course, is increased circulation and traffic capacity in downtown Federal Way because of limited connections. And so there'll be circulation improvements on South 312th to Truman High School, and that's a $5 million project. And the number 4, of course, is that wonderful corridor between Tacoma and here as our residents leave the west to the east. And that's something that's highly traversed, and it's also something that not only affects this city, but other cities in another legislative district. And of course, that's $20 million, and that'll also help us with the future Federal Way station, plus the traffic that'll be going to the station that we're opening on December 6th. And then, of course, here's the addition that the public hasn't seen on YouTube yet, but you will see it now. It's in the public record. Affordable housing. And so basically supporting legislation that increases development, preservation of affordable housing within our city and across the state, expands accessible and supported housing options for people with disabilities, an important second bullet, and then providing cities with tools and sustainable revenue needed to meet those local housing needs. So that means streamlining permitting, modernizing regulatory frameworks, strengthening partnerships with nonprofits, tribal, and private sector housing. So that's what we added after the last meeting. The other piece is childcare. And so expanding affordable childcare and early learning opportunities, increasing support for the childcare workforce, including wages, training, and professional development, and providing capital and operational funding to grow childcare capacity, especially in underserved areas like ours. So, and once again, there's a regulatory piece to reduce regulatory permitting and barriers, and to strengthen partnerships among local governments, schools, tribes, nonprofits, and of course, private providers. So we've got the breakfast coming up, and as I mentioned a moment ago, you will all volunteer to present part of this. The staff will be there to present as well. We'll have visuals. We'll have a quite robust PowerPoint, and of course, Thomas's team will be assisting with that. So our council options are approve, or do not approve, or approve with modifications that we can discuss tonight. And of course, this is a living document even after we have the legislative breakfast. And the mayor's recommendation is to approve. And so now, discussion.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Dovey.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Bill, for putting this together. And like you said, this is a living document. And I want to add 2 things, if I can, for this council to think about. Earlier today, we met, Jack and I and Keith met with the Wayside Church. And when we ask for affordable housing and don't really ask for anything except, hey, we want you to do something, or we ask for childcare and we haven't pinned it to anything, maybe we could take a discussion like at Wayside Church where there's a possibility, I mean, it's a ways out, but there's a possibility to maybe make, 12 to 16 houses if everything works. You know, there's lots of different things, but we could be specific on a project like that and say, hey, they already got a room that they could have a child care. So if we can move this affordable housing forward, we ask our legislators to put some money in to make that room or that place into the child care for this affordable housing. And maybe we ask for, we're going to work on this project, maybe you can help us secure sewer money faster for infrastructure if we can get to the finish line. Because I mean, when we all make decisions up here, we usually make a decision, but we also know what we're asking for, how much money it's cost. We just saw what it cost to put in a new computer system, software. So I think we need to be more specific. If we could have the ability to rework that a little bit and we visualize it a little better for them. The other thing that I think we should have on this list, you know, we've talked a lot about festivals and different things. We've talked about a huge tent potentially up by the PAC. I mean, amongst ourselves, and people have said it. We've talked about, you know, different things like Irish Heritage Festival. It could be Cinco de Mayo. It could be the Pride flag, Juneteenth, all these different things we've been talking about. But maybe we should put in some money for a festival place next to the PAC, help fund the tent, help fund somebody to go out and get all the festivals, to put them there, have jazz festivals. Worst thing they do is say no. They gave $1 million to, you know, a couple organizations in town to do different things like that, and maybe we could get an ice rink there for the next holiday season a year from now, but turn it into a gathering place. Maybe we can even have Sasquatches, I don't know. But we turn it into a gathering place and we ask for a couple $100,000 to do that. And, you know, as a council next year, you've got a gathering place that might have 7 different festivals. It may have, you know, the month of, you know, June, July is Pride and Juneteenth, and you might have a blueberry festival for when the blueberries done at the, or park are done. I don't know. But we should ask for something like that that's different than saying, hey, we need $100 million for city center access. You know you're not going to get that. You might get something, but give them something they can say, yeah, we can get behind this and we'll give you, the city, $1 million to go build that infrastructure of an event center by the PAC, by the park, by the staircases, where the new road's going to be, and it becomes our gathering place for years and years and years until they build on it, and then we move it somewhere else. So I would like to craft something like that, and it's kind of an outliner. Nobody, you know, we haven't been talking about it, but might as well ask big. I mean, they all can say no.
Okay, thank you. Let's come back to that. Councilmember Moore and then Councilmember Sepulveda.
Yeah, Councilor Dovey, I actually appreciate those suggestions. I mean, you're definitely kind of reading my mind. I think there's definitely opportunities, and I'm not sure if those items would be considered up for like a supplemental budget, because I know that's a supplemental budget this year. But I honestly, I really do like those ideas. I mean, if we're going to talk about affordable housing, how do we work into the system of what you just suggested? I think the only thing that kind of comes to my mind as I look at this, and you know, and maybe Bill can speak to this, or the mayor can speak to this, or I know that you guys are both pretty well connected to Olympia and our lobbyists, but obviously we're asking for a lot of money. We're also hearing major concerns with the state budget. I know that just casual conversations I've had with our state lawmakers, I mean, I'm sure everybody's saying don't ask for money. Of course we're going to ask for money, but nonetheless, that's what I'm hearing. So, I mean, how realistic are these numbers? I mean,
Well, let me go into this.
Yeah.
So you've got the operating budget and you've got the transportation
Right.
budget, as you know, because you work down there.
Yep.
And for our
Thank you.
dear friend, Representative Freeman.
Yeah.
So one of the things is, these are longstanding requests that we want to make sure, what we don't want to do is cause confusion by taking them off the list. Because especially the roundabout at 373rd, where we've had at least 6 fatalities, several of them within weeks of each other in head-on collisions, where we had to put a divider in. We're asking for $1 million, and that's a consistent request we've been asking for, and we got regional funding. The others are actually Representative Fye, who's from Tacoma from the 27th. He's actually very, his leadership position with the State Department of, with the Transportation Committee is, I believe he's the chair of that committee, And one of these, that corridor is something that he's been passionate about because he understands that folks from northeast Tacoma come through Federal Way. So I think it would be very, I recognize, we all recognize that there's severe budget restraints in Olympia, but what we don't want to do is take these off the list and have them say, oh, I didn't think you wanted this anymore. Because as you know, it's all about, some of this got funded, and it's set forth in there that we got some of this money that is then earmarked for several years down the road. So transportation funding is really about getting in the queue, getting in line for sometimes years down the road. And we've got a former state representative as our council president as well. So I think that's why we wanted the $1 million so that we've asked for. Now, we took the $1 million for the 373rd roundabout off because we got it from another source several years ago, and we put it back on, and the council member, one of the state representatives said, why'd you do that? And it didn't seem like you wanted it now.
So in your conversations that you've had with the lobbyists.
Yes.
I mean, this is obviously, and I absolutely understand what you're saying. Some of these were coming up again and asking once again.
Yeah.
And we're trying to stay in front of everything. I mean, what's their perspective on, this is possible, this is feasible, and getting them?
Once again, we're going to have in the future in this city a 324th overpass. That is in the long-term plan. Now, eventually, when that occurs, we'll find out. But we certainly, actually, EJ, would you like to weigh in on this?
Yeah, that's the other thing I would add to this, and I'm probably reiterating a lot of what the council members already know, is the transportation funding comes out of a different budget than the capital and/or operating budgets. So it is, the mayor's exactly right. It is 100% on point to keep these same asks in there year after year, and it does. We did get a mark towards city center access that is funded in 2032. So taking it off at any point before that would not be advisable. We need to keep that at the forefront. The other thing that comes with a lot of these is, while there is a lot of constraint on the operating side within the state right now, WashDOT is having a conversation right now with the legislature about putting together a transportation bill at some point in the next 18 months. That's what would fund these projects. So I don't know if that goes or doesn't go, but I think we certainly want to be in that line if it does go and there is a transportation bill that we have the ability to be included in it.
Sure. And just to clarify, certainly I'm not advocating for let's take things off the list.
Right.
I'm not advocating for that. That'd be kind of a dumb move. It's just, I guess I want to be sensitive to, what's the word I'm looking for? Pretty much, I don't want to hope, what am I trying to say? What I'm trying to say, Mr. Mayor, is I don't want to set the bar at this level when realistically we may not get this, So that's just something I want to tamper that and keep it real, if that makes any sense.
I had the same thought, Councilmember. I think it is important that we don't look like we're going in like we have no idea what the outside environment is and look like we're disconnected. And we'll I think they recognize the different pools, the different processes. Right. But we may actually get a little bit of pushback, and it's important that we, reiterate our long-term commitment to infrastructure development for our city, especially as it relates to, things in and around I-5 and our access, because that's the lifeblood. And we want to make sure that we never fall so far behind that our queues in our off-ramps, on-ramps, and especially as it relates to the I-5 corridor, that it doesn't make, that people don't have to just avoid that area because of just gridlock. Okay, Council President, actually, Councilmember Honda, and then, did you have your, Councilmember Asaf Dawson.
Yeah, so, question, I do like the affordable housing and childcare that you brought up and the ideas that you brought up, but are we still bringing these up because
Yes.
we don't have dollar amounts there?
Well, I think that what
are we doing?
I think the concept is that we don't have a specific proposal, But what we wanted to do was relay to our legislators in response to the comments that were made, the proposals that were made at the last meeting, that, hey, if this kind of comes, if you get anywhere near this, if you get warm on this, we're interested in this. And kind of give them some general, instead of coming at them with a specific ask, as it relates to, we want this much dollars for this, we just basically reiterate our commitment to policies that affirm these issues.
So does that show that it's not a priority to us?
Well, I think it would be, what we don't want to do is, I mean, I don't mean to be giving, but what we don't want to do is throw out a BS number. We
Right.
don't want to just generate a number to generate a number. I think what we want to say is, hey, we're in support generally of these principles. And, because they may see that, and there's a lot of activity, as you know, down there. And, we wanted to be responsive to the council and put this in, but we don't have a specific number or program in mind.
So we'll still present it to them?
Yes.
And tell them that we're interested, but we,
Yeah, this is how we would present it. We would say, hey, these are principles that we're very interested in, and if you see something, legislatively, that you could hang on to, or if there's budget provisos for these, then we're all in favor of that, and we could also, go down and testify in front of, for these issues.
yeah, and my concern is if other cities have these as their priorities and have dollar amounts there, then we're gonna probably be at the bottom for consideration, because we're not there yet.
Well, if I could interject, it's a living document, and these are two priorities that they will feel Federal Way is side by side with us three legislators about affordable housing and childcare, which are two things that they're very much been advocating all this time. So we're there with them, and then they'll help us when something could happen.
Okay.
All right, Councilmember Honda, and then Council President Kochmar.
Thank you. Under restrictions upon sex offenders post-supervision, that was an issue that impacted not just Federal Way, but other cities. Will we be working with other cities to make sure that they've got this also on their legislative priorities, so that we can have a bigger voice down in
Yeah, we will definitely, I'll definitely make sure that we communicate that. If the council approves this, then we'll definitely communicate with our neighboring cities. Auburn was the one that we were, primarily interested in, but I would imagine all South King County cities. And we could communicate with SCA and AWC about what we put on our agenda.
Okay. Under transportation budget requests, first, second, third, and fourth, I would move third up to second, because it's more, it's far less money and something that would impact us now, that we could possibly get some funding to start that now. It's a sidewalk on 312th from Steel Lake going to 28th, and then I believe it's 312th to Truman High School. And so is that building a crosswalk from 312th to Truman High School, where we currently have people who park illegally on Sundays?
EJ?
Along the soccer field? Is that what that is?
In part, I believe the crosswalk is actually slightly to the north of that, which is the part I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. But yes, it is, and I think this is worded that this is some of the projects. I mean, it talks
Okay.
about safety improvements in the downtown core. So I know there is also some sidewalk projects on PVR, like where it comes down at the bottom into the north side of 320th. There's a whole litany of small projects to increase the pedestrian experience down there. So, and this is a pretty high-level summary of that project.
So perhaps that could be moved to the second request under transportation budget, because I think it's something that state could look at and work with us on, other than the 100 million for the city center access, which I understand we need to keep on there. But
may I interject? Council, is there any, we put these in no particular order,
Oh, okay.
but, obviously, the low-hanging fruit was the $1 million for the traffic circle at 373rd. Council, is there any objection? Let me just seek consensus before. Is there any objection to us reprioritizing this and having our graphics person put this as the number 2 on the
Well,
list?
it makes more sense to put it by money-wise, 1 million, then 5 million, then the 100 million.
Okay.
'Cause you're grouping them.
Okay, all right. So, Bill, can you accomplish that?
Done.
All right, consider it done.
And then my last, it's just a statement.
Yeah.
Is this what we're going to be presenting, just like this? And the reason I ask is, this is really small print, and if we could take this lovely picture off and maybe make this a little bit larger?
Can I see your copy real quick? So you want to make the language bigger and maybe you just utilize more space?
Right.
Yeah, done.
Yeah.
Well, let's do that.
Your larger print, and then when we present it, of course, it's going to be the large PowerPoint slides too, but to carry around, yes. we'll make
That's
it
the
more
easy
legible.
button. Okay.
Because this is kind of wasted space. I mean, it shows lovely pictures of things around town and of the
me.
mayor, but it,
Well, I was anticipating that we
And
might-
me.
I was anticipating we might be needing funding for Sasquatch or something. Anyways,
I mean, we can build them
there's
a
room.
crosswalk so they can cross the street.
All right, okay. Well, okay, we will utilize that space. So, okay, thank you very much. And then, Council President?
Well, hold on to that idea about the crosswalk to cross the space, because I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
But liability-wise, but for example, with Councilmember Dovey's ideas with Wayside Church, I was at an event where Christine Gregoire happened to be the main speaker, and I talked to her a little bit about when my time was in Olympia, and she said that they had money to extend sewers under the Department of Commerce, and nobody had asked for it. So, but what we need to do is specifically say, hey, we heard this, is this still in a pot somewhere? Or can it be resurrected, or what? The Department of Commerce is it's for financial, it's for, we have a person that we've hired to
Economic Development.
economic development.
Yeah.
Exactly. So that's one thing. But the other thing, and so along with the childcare and the housing, there are things there that, we don't have money specifically that we're going to ask for, but there are pots of money like for the sewer that we may not be aware of right now, is what I'm trying to say. But along with the festivals, Councilmember Dovey, if you could, what always helped me in my 4 years in Olympia was if you, because if you ask me just a general thing, I'm going to say, oh, gee, how much? So if you could take out that tenth and say, gee, this amount of money, this amount of money for I think you said 300,000 for an ice rink.
It's actually 492,000 for startup and first-year operation.
So list them out.
But I'm just asking, I will write all this up and work
Right.
with Bill and present it,
But-
and if.
But what you, so here's
So you
the-
we could talk about it if everybody here decides they want to on the
Well,
breakfast.
just put it in there. You okay? If we just throw some extra stuff in there? The thing is
I'll do it, I just gotta ask permission.
the other thing is when you've got because you talked about a tent and then you talked about a building. So right now, you're just talking about a tent. So we would need to know the amount for and you're saying for festivals. And so you could just list out the festivals. You don't have to give a price to them. But what you're really looking for is capital money. So there's different pots. So the money that you're going to have for this to start it would be capital. And that's easier to get than operating money. You mostly never get operating money. So that would be your goal.
Now that I have the council president's permission, does everybody else agree that I can try to do that?
Okay.
Well, I think what we can do is, Councilmember W., if you could summarize this like in an email, get it to Bill and myself, and then what we'll do is we'll talk to our city lobbyist. We'll talk to Luke and Jim and kind of run it by them, as well as, Bill, look into this issue about economic development money for access to sewers.
Sure.
And have them research that as well. And then, council, what we can do, obviously, this is the last meeting of the year, this is the last meeting before our agenda. We can keep council apprised of what we learn, and then when we show up there, Councilmember Walsh, do you have a point on that? Let me finish my thought real quick.
Finish your thought. then.
My thought would be, council can come armed with that information, and, as individual elected council members, you should be able to raise issues that you believe, you have general support for. And so we'll get you that information prior to the breakfast. Councilmember Walsh?
Yeah, on childcare, on the second to the last bullet, reduces regulatory and permitting barriers that slow the development of new childcare facilities. What I would suggest is, keep that verbiage here in this, but when we talk in the presentation at the breakfast,
Yeah.
we should be able to have specific things that what does that mean? What permitting barriers is it that we want to reduce? And so have some specifics on that we present to them at that time.
Okay.
Keep this here, keep the written thing the way it is.
But before we show up and we say that, we should know we should know, we ran this by our lobbyists, this is what we got back. Bill, let's make sure that you relay that to Jim and Luke as well, but also loop in Keith and Brian about making sure that because I think it is really important, just like we were talking about those numbers before and about the general principles, that we're focused. And we want to, when we go into this meeting with our legislators, we want to make sure that we're making good points and not just throwing things against the wall.
Yeah, because the way it is there, of course we want to reduce barriers, but hey, what are
does
the
that mean?
barriers
And we
that need
why?
to be reduced?
Yeah, that's right. Okay. Got it, Bill?
Got it.
Okay. All right. Do I see any more?
Yeah, I do agree with what the mayor's saying. We got to be prepared because quite frankly, we got phenomenal state lawmakers that represent us, and I know they're fierce. I know they try to do what they can to bring home the bacon, so to speak, right? But I also know that we have lawmakers that are supposed to be doing their job, which is ask questions, ask tough questions.
Yep.
And that's what we've got to be prepared for. And I think, with childcare. That's an issue that's dear, that's an important issue for our delegates to Olympia, so.
Yeah, exactly. I know that it's been a big issue for Representative Reeves and something that I've spoken to her about many times. Councilmember Honda?
On childcare, we recently opened or helped open the 3 daycare in-home centers. Do we need more funding to continue doing that? Or do we have funding available that we can continue? Because if we need more funding, perhaps we could ask for it to keep that program going.
Meredith, do you have any input on that? Meredith was was integrally involved in the communication with the folks that opened the daycares, and you helped facilitate those. Any thoughts on that?
Correct. Yeah, there is not any additional funding. We funded that through ARPA funds that were put towards economic development, but those funds have dried up. My understanding is that there's a possibility that they could apply for community development block grant dollars. However, that's a competitive process, and I'm not sure if they would be interested in that or not. The group that we worked with, Imagine Institute, they do receive a fair amount of state funding as part of their program, and so that's a lot of where their funding comes from. But we don't have any funding identified in the future for that program.
So if we were to try to get 5 more daycares open, how much would we need to ask for?
It was about $30,000 per daycare is what we spent. It was $80,000 for the 3 of them, so I believe it was actually $27,000 per daycare, and that included a $5,000 grant that they received when they were actually ready to open. It included 480 hours of instructional time, and included a number of other things, paying them for an internship to get the training that they needed, and then paying a mentor to work with them through the process.
It's not an unreasonable amount to ask for.
$80,000 for daycares? Or how much?
It was $80,000 for 3 of
For
them.
3.
So it's about $27,000 per daycare. So if we wanted to ask for 5 daycares, it would be, about $125,000, $130,000.
For how many?
For 5.
5?
I mean, it might be something that our state legislators would say we could easily do that and help federal way.
Okay. let's consider that as an amendment when we go for the motion. Okay, so were there any other questions?
Five or three?
Five.
Got it.
Okay. Okay. Actually, council, is there any objection to adding that? Is that an okay way to approach this? Yeah, or we just take a vote? All right. All right, so the council president, do you have a motion with regard to the?
Yeah, I think we should just, all of the things we've already discussed, we should just ask Bill to include them. I don't think that we can, I mean.
Okay.
And I'm happy with the 5-day care, but I don't know if it needs a special amendment, but.
Well, I think that we would want to make sure that that's included in the.
So you do want to have
Yeah, because it's
do you
not
want to make a
included.
friendly amendment?
Yeah, once you make the motion.
Okay, all right. I move to approve the City of Federal Way's legislative agenda for the 2026 session of the Washington State Legislature.
Second. Okay, there's been a motion, a second. Is there an amendment?
Yes, I would like to ask for, or include, is it 150,000, Meredith?
120.
120,000?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just did the math, it would be 135,000 if we were asking for 5.
Okay, let's ask for 150 then.
Okay.
To help 5 in-home daycares get started in the City of Federal Way.
Okay. Council President, would you consider that a
It's
friendly?
a friendly amendment, and thank you.
So it's included
Just
in the.
include it.
And Heather, do you have all that? Okay, very good. There's been a motion in the adoption of a friendly amendment, or the inclusion of that friendly amendment. That motion received a second. Is there any discussion? All right, all those in favor of the proposed legislative agenda?
Aye.
All those in favor, excuse me. Let me do that again, sorry, because I said opposed. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, very good. We are, exactly.
If I can ask, is the events piece in there?
I think the events piece is not quite ready yet. We're going to get the email from Councilmember Dovey. We're going to run it by our legislators, and then we're going to kind of, ponder this and see where it can kind of fit in.
Okay.
We want to make sure it's not perceived as operational. It's got to be, I think the council president was absolutely spot on, that it's perceived as a capital request. So let's explore that. And Bill, could you reiterate what your follow-ups are going to be with our lobbyists?
We're going to, right here, my notes are all over the place. Basically what the barriers are for instance, the sewer situation, the barriers to childcare, and then I've lost specific barriers in those two areas.
We were going to look into the program at the Commerce Department to figure out what.
Extension of sewers.
For sewer applications, in reference to, who had made that statement that was.
Governor Gregoire.
Former Governor Christine Gregoire.
Okay.
With regard to unused money at Commerce, with regard to that funding program. And then we're also going to follow up with regard to Councilmember Dovey's suggestion. Was there anything else? I want to make sure that if we committed to something, we follow through on it.
So Department of Commerce is for economic development, so
Yeah.
that's what the festivals would fall under.
Actually, as that's economic development and commerce, Meredith, will you please work with Bill about our outreach to State Department of Commerce?
Sure.
Very good. And we'll loop in our legislators as well. Okay. All right, council, anything else? So that there's been it's passed. Now I believe we're on to the other item. Bill, thank you very much. Great job. Thank you for all your work. Okay, now we are on to ordinances and second reading. Council Bill 927, ordinance Fat Beam LLC franchise. Would the city clerk please read the ordinance title?
Council Bill 927, ordinance Fat Beam LLC franchise, an ordinance of the City of Federal Way, Washington, granting Fat Beam LLC a non-exclusive franchise to occupy rights-of-way of the City of Federal Way, Washington, within the specified franchise area for the purposes of constructing, maintaining, operating, replacing, and repairing a telecommunications network within and through the City of Federal Way.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Dovey?
Yeah, I move approval of the proposed ordinance.
Second.
There's been a motion, a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. 927 passes without opposition. Bill, also to follow up, remember the consensus we had in regard to the format, moving that number 3 on the transportation request to number 2, and eliminating those pictures, or that whole space, make the print larger. We can get me out of it. Okay, item B, second reading, Council Bill 928, ordinance, sign code amendment. Would the city clerk please read the ordinance title?
Council Bill 928, ordinance, sign code amendments, an ordinance of the City of Federal Way, Washington relating to updates to the sign code, amending Federal Way Revised Code 19-05190 and city code sections detailed in the written title, renumbering 19-140-120 and city code sections detailed in the written title, and repealing 19-140-070 and city code sections detailed in the written title.
All right. And Councilmember W, do you have a motion?
I move approval of the proposed ordinance.
Second.
It's been a motion, a second. Councilmember Honda for discussion?
Thank you. So at the last meeting, I brought up the portable signs and my concern that they could only be out from 9 a.m. to, in the ordinance, it says to close of business, but the discussion 2 weeks ago was 5 p.m. And so those are the A-frames or sandwich boards, whatever people want to call them. So I had a meeting with the Chamber of Commerce CEO, and we talked about this. And then I went and I visited businesses that have A-frames, as many as I could in a very short time. And every single business I talked to was concerned that many of them opened before 9 o'clock, and they put their A-frame out because they needed to draw business in. I would like to see this changed to business hours, just business hours. Most of the businesses that I talked to that had really nice A-frames do bring them in at the end of business because they don't want them stolen. I then drove around the city looking at A-frames. 9th Avenue, if you go out to 9th Avenue, out to down by the hospital, there are A-frames out there that have been probably never brought in at the end of the business day or at dusk. The city even has an A-frame on 356th at the parking lot at the BPA Trail. It says all dogs must be on a leash. Do we bring that in? And do we put it out at 9 o'clock and bring it in at dusk? Probably not. So I'm concerned that not only is this business unfriendly, I'm concerned that it isn't even enforceable. And one thing Skip Priest told me when I first got on council, he was our first elected mayor, was be careful what ordinances you pass, because if they're not enforceable, they're not worth the paper they're printed on. And I think that this portable sign section should be changed so that the portable signs can be out during the business hours of the business that owns a sign, and I would like to see that changed. I would also like to see this postponed, the vote postponed or tabled until January 6, 2026, because I brought this up 2 weeks ago also, I do believe that the new council should have a voice in this. This is something that we have waited for many years to have in front of us, and I don't think a month is going to hurt us at all. But I would really encourage us to look at the portable sign sentence, change it, and have a discussion with our new council before we vote on this.
Okay. Do you have a proposed amendment with regard to the section that you're referring to?
I would say portable signs in right-of-ways are allowed during business hours. And it would be for that business.
All right. There is a proposed amendment to the ordinance that's on the floor. Is there a second to that?
Can I make a comment on it? Or do you want me to second it?
I need to see if there's a second first. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
All right. A second is by Councilmember Moore for discussion on this amendment. Councilmember Dovey.
So I agree with what Councilmember Honda is talking about for businesses. If you have an A-frame in front of your physical business, it makes sense probably to let you take it out business hours. The problem we have, and so there's two different takes to this. Like where I live, I don't know, it's been a year now, maybe it's 9 months. There's two A signs on Highway 509.
Dash Point Road, yeah.
Dash Point Road, and they're there 24/7. And those are the signs that we would, I think we really want to clean up. And if you could split that in such a way, if you have a physical business and you take your sign out when you open and you take it in when at night, I mean, it takes away the time for the sign code to go around 8 to 9, but if they see it in front of Jay's travel business or whatever it is, they're not going to have a problem. But if it's sitting on the corner of 11th and Dash Point and 9th and Dash Point, and it's down on 1st and Dash Point, and it's there at 8 in the morning, you know they didn't bring it out because it's been there for a long, long time. So that might be the way to split that. It might be harder to enforce, but I think that's what you're talking about. You don't want to hurt the business that is struggling, that wants to put a sign out and says, come in and get a hot dog, I'm open, versus somebody who leaves a sign with no intention of coming back and picking it up.
So what are those signs advertising, the ones you talk about?
The ones I'm talking about are bilingual daycares. I mean, it's a great thing, but they have never moved. And there's lots of those signs around the community that are like that. So.
Okay.
So I'm not sure how
Well, so I
how
would,
to word
if
that,
you were,
but-
if you were gonna word that, I mean, if you were gonna change your motion to say, you could put A-frames out at business hours at a physical business location.
Does that make sense,
No, I mean,
Keith?
Keith is the
Hold on,
expert.
Ryan?
So
And maybe.
I might be pointing out the obvious here, but you're talking about a structural change to all the zones. So I think that the sign code is different by zone.
So, Councilmember Honda is dealing with an issue related to temporary signs in the right-of-way. And so the right-of-way is not zoned, and so almost all of the sign complaints we get are for A-frames in the right-of-way. And so if you allow them to be open, basically there for the length of the business, there will be no opportunity for code compliance to regulate them, because business owners will just say, well, we're open at 8 o'clock, or we're open at 7:50, right? So the reason why it's drafted the way it is, because it gives us a 1-hour window to pick up those A-frames that are sitting there 365 days out of the year. And just another thing here is, yes, we have not really changed the sign code for over a decade. This doesn't have to be the only time we touch the sign code. So what I would suggest is leaving it the way it is. I think if there is a structural change, we got to go back and redo. This is Title 19. Changes to Title 19 have to have an environmental review and have to have a public hearing, all of which has happened. If you guys substantially change what's in the ordinance now, we have to go back and look at whether we have to redo both the environmental review and the public hearing. Most likely the public hearing we would. So I guess what I would suggest is, this is second reading, pass the ordinance, and if you want to readdress signs with the new council in March or something, let's have another conversation. We can have it either with or without planning commission. This is not we're not going to touch this code again for another decade. We can change it anytime there's a will from the council to change it. We just haven't done it for a long time because sign code tends to polarize people. So anyway, that's my suggestion. I think that the way that it's written now gives code compliance the opportunity to enforce A-frames that just happen to sit out there forever. And these are the ones in right-of-way. A property owner can put an A-frame on private property in front of his business for as long as he wants. This is just dealing with right-of-way.
Okay. Are there any other comments with regard to the motion? Did you want to speak again?
How many A-frames does code compliance actually go out and pick up? Do you know? I mean,
Right now, 0, because our sign code's illegal.
but we've had this sign code forever, so have they not picked up A-frames over the last few years?
I don't have that information right now.
Right, the sign code is unenforceable right now.
It is unenforceable right now. So for the last 2 years, we have not picked up any. And that would continue as long as the existing code's in place.
So but it wouldn't hurt to allow the new council coming on to review this and vote on it in January.
What he said was, if you make substantial changes to this, we'd have to restart the whole process for public process.
But just for this one section? The whole sign code or just this one section?
Right.
It depends on, we'd have to go back and review it. So it depends on what the changes are. If this is a simple change of 1 or 2 words in the right-of-way section, then maybe we could focus on just that one thing, but I'm not sure that's the case. So,
That's what I'm concerned about, is this section.
I understand.
Keith?
So I have Councilmember Dovey's reference to the bilingual sign, in Marine Hills. I've had conversations with people who are waiting for this sign code to be adopted so that they can submit an Eyes on Federal Way for an A-frame in the right-of-way that doesn't get taken down. If ultimately the council changes the time allowance for those signs, I know at least one individual that would be seriously unhappy about that because he believes that what's going to get approved will give code compliance an opportunity to pick up those signs. So
Well, they could pick them up if they're not picked up at the close of business.
So code compliance doesn't work past 5, and they don't start till 8. So the only window would be either one, we can tell them they need to pick them up at 4 o'clock, which would then allow code compliance an hour at the end of the day to see if they're still out there, or to not allow them out until 9, which gives code compliance an hour in the morning to see if they're already out there. So if ultimately the allowance is greater than what code compliance works, there's really no way for them to enforce that.
Did you have, Councilmember Dovey?
Yeah, I was just going to make a suggestion. We passed the sign code, we've worked on it for a year now, or a long, long time. And then next year, Susan and the council on that one piece of the sign code, you adjust it, because that's not going to take that long. And you don't have to go through everything else we've spent hearings on and gone through committee and all that, and we drive a stake in the ground, and then come back and fix that one thing if you want it. If you want them in the right of way at, in front of a business, I mean, you can adjust it, but it seems crazy to kill the whole thing now just because of something minor, and it's major, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to say it's not.
It's major, it's not.
But you can
business.
fix that a one-off instead of throwing the whole thing out.
There's
and
been a
starting over.
reference to the fact that the business community, was there outreach with the business community?
So this was, yeah, absolutely. We reached out to most of the retail centers within the city, major retail centers. We reached out to the chamber. The chamber got a draft of this sign code for comment before we went to public hearing. So if the chamber CEO has a particular viewpoint on it that's inconsistent with what was drafted, this is the first I'm hearing of it. So
So
we
she
did
and I went through the draft that you sent, and we couldn't find portable signs in there. We couldn't find this section in the draft that she had in front of her, that I think you sent it in July.
Okay, I can't explain that, so.
Councilmember Seffa Dawson, did you have a comment?
I did, and I think the biggest barrier is staff hours, what time, the business hours, like coming to work between 8 and 4. Is that something that could be adjusted? What time staff comes in for
No,
that?
well, we're not going to change staff hours to allow them to regulate the sign code after hours. We talked about staff retention a little bit earlier with the IT, with the Eden changes. Like, if we're going to make a standard code compliance shift be now, 10 o'clock until 7, or pick your hours, I'm going to lose staff. because staff are expecting a normal staff shift.
Okay, let me, Heather, do you have there's a proposed motion that's received a second. We've had discussion on this. Can you read what the proposed amendment is?
Councilmember Hana moved to amend that portable signs in rights-of-way are allowed during business hours.
All right. There's been a motion, a second, a discussion for this amendment proposed by Councilmember Honda. All those in favor of that amendment?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay. Nay.
Heather?
Councilmember Assefa Dawson?
Aye.
Councilmember Moore?
Aye.
Councilmember Honda?
Aye.
This is for the amendment. Yeah. I'm sorry, can you start over? I think this is for the amendment. Councilmember Honda's amendment, not the main motion. Could you please restate what the amendment by Councilmember Honda is?
The amendment is to amend that portable signs in rights-of-way are allowed during business hours.
Okay, all right. And let's start the roll call.
Councilmember Assefa Dawson?
Aye.
Councilmember Moore?
Nay.
Councilmember Honda?
Aye.
Councilmember Tran?
Nay.
Councilmember Walsh?
Nay.
Councilmember Dovey?
Nay.
And Council President Kochmar.
Nay.
All right.
Amendment fails. 5-2.
All right. Now as to the main motion, as to the sign code. We've had a motion, a second, discussion. All those in favor of the proposed sign code?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Opposed?
Oh, nay, sorry.
All right. Heather?
Councilmember Assefa Dawson?
Nay.
Nay. Councilmember Moore?
Aye.
Councilmember Honda?
Nay.
Councilmember Tran?
Aye.
Councilmember Walsh?
Aye.
Councilmember Dovey?
Aye.
Council President Kochmar?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-2.
5-2. Councilmember Moore?
Yeah, so just for point of clarification.
Yeah.
So this allows staff to continue to do what they're going to do with this ordinance.
Well, it's going to allow them for the first time in years,
Yeah.
since the U.S. Supreme Court, to actually enforce a sign code.
Right. And then, out of respect for my colleague, so if that's an issue, that can be brought up again at any time. Policy can be changed at any time, amended or added. So we could revisit that issue down the road.
What I would suggest, if anybody's interested in that, to reach out to Ryan and/or Keith, but I would probably start with, either or. Keith?
So I was going to suggest maybe, and obviously the committee assignments have not been made yet for 2026, but it feels like that should come through LUTC, council member. So whoever ends up being the chair of LUTC, I think if any one of the council members would like to suggest that be put on an agenda for a conversation, that can happen at any committee meeting.
And then we would run that through legal counsel, we'd run that through to see if it would require, Ryan, do you have anything to add on this? No. Okay, and then that way we would see whether it triggers any of those others to whether this needs to get remedied. Okay, thank you very much. That passed 5-2. Now we're on to council reports. Councilmember Assefa Dawson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for a great meeting. Welcome, Martin. And it's good to see you on this side of the dais. And it's been a great honor working with you, Jack and Hong. Definitely will miss you on this dais. And I was going to say the same for Paul, but I think he left. I hope we'll continue to work together on, at various times on different issues, because your input and your service has been very valuable on this dais. So I look forward to really continue working with you and staying in touch. And for the rest of the people, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And with that, I end my report. And I also look forward to having Melissa and Les here on the dais at our next meeting.
Very good. Thank you very much. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I'm excited to be back. It feels great to be back, and it is a little bit weird being on this side as opposed to last time I was on that side. So it's good to be here, and I'm thankful to the voters of Federal Way for giving me this opportunity to serve. one of the things that I feel compelled to comment on is, it's interesting how 4 years a lot can change in 4 years. And our political atmosphere has greatly changed. And I know that a lot of issues are going to come forth during public comments, some that we're going to agree with and some that we will disagree with. But when I heard one of the residents talk about, mention the word aliens, to me, it's quite demeaning, because we're all human beings. And I just want to humbly encourage the audience, or not the audience, but residents, they're human beings. I just had this little debate with my in-laws, about why are we calling people aliens when they're human beings? So I just, again, want to encourage residents to think about that. Now, granted, residents will disagree with me on that because this is a hot topic policy. But I think that if there are people of faith out there, they should recognize that these are individuals and they should all deserve dignity, human dignity. So I felt really compelled to say that, and with that, I'm pretty certain there's other things that I wanted to share, but there'll be plenty of time for me to do so. With that, I will pass the mic to somebody else. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, and welcome back. Councilmember Honda.
I want to talk about the Santa parades and the food drive. So this year, the parades have already started. They started yesterday and continue today down in the Des Moines area. They continue Monday, December 8th, 9th, 15th, and 16th. You can go to South King County's website and get the schedule. Not only are they fun, and I'm so grateful that the fire department started doing this during COVID, but it's a food drive. And so we know people are hungry. We know that our food bank needs as much support, our food banks need as much support as they can get. So please donate generously if you can, as the Santa parade comes through your neighborhood. And if it doesn't come through your neighborhood, find a neighborhood it goes through, because they're all over the city and they've expanded quite a bit this year. So even if you're an adult and you don't have children in your home, you'll enjoy watching it. It is pretty fun. Secondly, light rail opens. It was supposed to open in '23, and now it's opening. Now I'm glad it's finally opening here. There is a website on Sound Transit that you can go to, and you can sign up for information, and it will tell you when the light rail is down, like if it's down somewhere in the U District or whatever, and if they're putting people on buses. And every day, somewhere along the line, there's an issue, or the trains are late or whatever. So I would encourage anyone who's going to be using light rail to sign up for these notifications, so you know if you're going to run out to the transit center and hop on a train. Hopefully the train's coming and it's not delayed because there's something going on down the line, and you won't be as frustrated as you might be if you get there and the train doesn't show up for a while. So I would encourage you to sign up for information from Sound Transit on how the light rail is running. So happy holidays. Thank you, Hong. Safe travels. I hope you have amazing travels. And thank you, Jack, for all the work you've done.
All right, Councilmember Tran.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Welcome back, Councilmember Moore. What a journey for me. Again, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members and staff. It's truly an honor for me working alongside with you for the last 8 years, working for the community. I will leave my personal email and phone number with Amy, and if anybody want to contact me and pick my brain about travel and all that, I'm more than happy to share that with you. I really hope that for the last 8 years, I have made a tiny contribution to the overall success of this city. I truly am. I try my best. With that, I wish everybody Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
All right, thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you.
Councilmember Walsh.
Yeah, going to what Councilmember Honda said a few minutes ago about the needs at food banks. A week ago yesterday, the Monday before Thanksgiving, the Senior Center Food Bank, there were 240 families that came by. That is a record, a huge, I mean, we've never had near that many there. And so there is indeed a great need in the community. And so if you're able to contribute, that is wonderful. Also a kind of a shameless plug here, but something that might enliven everybody's holiday. On December 13th at the Bellevue Festival and Nativity at 1:30 p.m., I will be singing about a 25 minute set. And if anybody would like to go to it, I would love to invite you. And it's a great, wonderful event. And you can see whether I do all right or not. So anyway, other than that, with Councilmember Tran and Councilmember Dovey, it's been indeed a privilege working with both of you. I knew Councilmember Dovey some before this, but got to know him a lot better now. And with Councilmember Tran, I really didn't know you at all before, other than just seeing you on the dais. And it's been a true honor and privilege. And I consider both of you friends and true servant leaders. And thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dovey.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And, since the gentleman came forward the other day that was 100 years old that we gave a certificate to, and
He was 104.
104, yes. So there's two more people turning 100 in the next 3 weeks. And they're all, both of them are World War II vets, and there's only 66,000 of those people left in the world, in the U.S. anyway, that are 100 and World War II vets. But my father-in-law, on the 12th, turns 100, and a fellow by the name of Mr. Mendel, who was my neighbor in Twin Lakes, turns 100. I didn't know he was that old until I talked to his son-in-law up at the ski mountain the other day. So we have two more Federal Way residents that are turning 100 that were in World War II, which, is kind of interesting. And I do want to thank everybody up here for allowing me to work with you and be with you for the last couple of years. It's been enjoyable. It's been fun. I'm not getting on an airplane like my good friend here, but I will call him about travel. So thank you all, and everybody have a great holiday season. Merry Christmas. And the other nice thing is my daughter's flying in from Jordan this Friday to come to the birthday party, and she wants to go skiing. So let's hope some snow hits.
Exactly.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Council President.
Well, thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be the last to say anything. We're happy to have you on board, Martin. We expect great things from you. And Jack, I expect to be working with you on affordable housing and ice skating rinks, and you're not going away, you're just changing your role. So, good job. And Tran, did you ever think, I'll call you Tran, Hong, did you ever think that when you got on a boat as a young boy, overcrowded boat from Vietnam, correct? And you came, well, not straight through, but
We went to Malaysia.
Malaysia, all right, and did you ever think that tomorrow you'd be leaving on the 777?
No. or being on a council.
Right,
This is,
there you
I
go.
never dream up.
Yeah, amazing what happens in our lives. I just want to repeat that tomorrow we have a chamber lunch. Saturday, after the opening of light rail, which I think is at 9:30 in the morning for December 6th. At 4 o'clock, we're going to have a tree lighting ceremony. So be sure to come for our tree lighting. That's always, and you promised that the hot chocolate would be hot.
That's right.
And
John?
be serving.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay, and, Steve, my mom said, don't jump off a roof just because everybody else is. She said that to me, too. And my twin brother and I was very competitive with my twin brother. You know what? We were dared to jump off the garage roof. He didn't, I did. And you know what? She was right.
That's right.
One other thing.
Mom was right.
Mom's always right. One other thing, Ryan, would you, if we pick the Sasquatch trolls, would you check to make sure, do we have to have some kind of a safe, the city should be, it's going to be an attractive nuisance according to risk management language. And so should we have we'd have to include some kind of a safe way for people to cross the street to reduce our liability.
Certainly something to think about, yeah.
Yeah, so would you look into that, please? Okay. And so Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, and thank you all for staying this late with us.
Great. Everybody have a very safe, happy holidays. Thank you to the staff. Thank you for the council. Thank you to the public for which we work. We are adjourned.